now we are live.
Hello
Hello, hello,
there, Sir Huigar.
The
hello, hello,
Krieger.
hello, 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 all you fine people who are not here yet. So, oh, actually, somebody is here. Hello. So yeah, we are here on this fine day to discuss, but Mandalorian season 3, episode 5. I've got regular with me, not with Natso, and somebody new to the channel, Hunter.
Hello
So
there.
so there's a couple other people who may be popping in, but let's start out by saying in general what we think of the of this episode. Uh,
I
and
think
and I will start, and we'll just go around the circle. So, for people who've been paying attention to what I've been thinking of a lot of the episodes, it's probably obvious that I've not been a fan of a lot of it. This episode, I actually liked, and I will actually give it the moniker of good. So it took him 5 episodes, but we finally got to an episode that I thought was good. So thumbs up.
Yeah.
Now go ahead, Hunter.
I think it was the best episode of season 3 at least, and I
Hmm.
give like 8 out of 10 if I'm going into the rating system. But
Okay.
yeah, I think it was an excellent episode.
Yeah. Cool. And then over to you, Natsa.
All right, so time for the pretentious guy to speak. No, no. Okay. So this was definitely a good one. I honestly thought it was better than the previous episodes we've been getting. Because the first two were just kind of meh. Uh, the third one just annoying as. Where did everybody else go?
I'm just playing with the layout. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, the third one was just annoying, and the fourth one had interesting concepts and ideas, but overall had problems as well. This one probably had slightly less problems, but and it's setting up for a right direction. But yeah,
Hmm.
I like this one better than the previous ones.
Yeah. Unlike episode 3, it was actually pretty much completely, yeah, an actual Mandalorian episode.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Hunter, since I'm pretty sure you didn't see it, that episode had 38 minutes that was not even in the same system as Mando, Bo, or Grogu, and only 15
I will
minutes.
say this though. I will say this though. They picked up the thread that story left.
Oh, I know, and that's
Actually,
not, and that is something I was gonna bring up. Yes,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to mention to Hunter, when we make the snarky comments about episode 3 not really being Mando, it's that
act,
it's that 38 minutes versus the 15 minutes, which is why we say that, because like it was like, what the hell.
yeah. A- Actually, I think the whole part with the rebel pilot was like a draft from Rangers of the Republic.
Very possibly.
Yeah.
Well, I think they were addressing it because basically it never happened. Uh,
Hmm.
I didn't notice it the first time until someone pointed out to me in the screenshot. You'll see it, but Dave Filoni is there wearing a cowboy hat.
Oh, yeah, I know. So yeah. So with that, should we dive into the episode?
Yep. Let's go.
Okay. Sharing my screen. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, one sec. Just want to check what the emergency alert is about. Sorry, I should probably read it.
No worries.
Oh, tornado warning. Well, that's fun.
Oh, Miriam is here.
Oh, hey, Miriam, how's it going?
Hey, Miriam.
Good to see you. She mentioned she was planning to come by.
Yeah, she's in the comments. All right.
Yep. Okay, here we go. Really good to see you.
Yeah.
Really good to see you, Marion. Hope you're doing good.
Yep. And and like I've told her, if she ever wants to come on, she still she has a standing invitation. There's
Yeah,
no
but she
pressure.
needs a way to get there. That's the problem.
Yes, and I've already given her away.
Oh, cool.
But there's no pressure. I don't really expect her to take me up on it, but
Yeah, of course.
but it is open.
Yeah.
So yeah. So now that we have said hi, Miriam, because and actually, Miriam, I don't know if you're here just as we were saying what we thought. You have been here, so you've seen me be very critical. I actually really did like this episode, so yay.
A surprise, to be sure, for the welcome one.
But a welcome one.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we start this off, and one nice thing about the about stuff I download is that it has all of the subtitles on, so we can be cued off of what they're actually saying without even needing to play it. So they start us off reminding us that Moff Gideon was sent back to the New Republic.
Supposedly.
And yeah, and then Positively will be like, yeah, you should have killed him. Because, yeah, we know how that's going to go.
Yeah.
Now, reminded about the Mandalorian, about what Bo-Katan's done. And actually, one thing that I was thinking of as watching this, and I'm not going to say exactly what it is, but Knots is going to know what I mean. And one of Knots' biggest wishes, I think, has been somewhat granted near the end of this episode.
Can I say
Somewhat.
something about the armor?
It gives me hope for the children of the Watch that they're actually taking off those stupid helmets.
Yes, I said somewhat. I didn't say totally.
I have a theory about the armor. I think she might be recast.
About who? You mean for Mando?
Yeah, the armor, like
the armor. Yeah. Okay.
I think she's recast actually.
Okay.
But
which, since they've never taken her helmet off, that's not that hard to do.
Yeah.
So yeah. And the thing that's always interesting when watching part of the reason why I'm stepping through the what came before scenes is because I always find it interesting what they feel what they feel the need to lampshade to, like, these are the things that if you're an amnesiac and just starting this up, of what you need to remember from the last 4 episodes. You know what I mean? Because when you have that, if you keep in mind what they showed you, you can actually predict some things that are going to happen, because it's like, oh, why was it important that he was reminded that Din was offered an attractive land, and just and you just keep some of that stuff in mind, and you can guess where things are going to go. So that's part of the reason why I like stepping through the what came before as well.
Just fast forward through the recap.
Well, I don't typically, but I'm just saying that's why I'm showing it, even though I'm not really spending that much time here. But like here,
there we have the salad pirate.
I was going to refer to him as Evil Treebeard, which I think I got that from Natso.
He looks like
I don't remember making the comment, but I'll accept it regardless. But yeah,
he looks like the pirate from.
It didn't come from me. If it didn't come from you, it came from somebody else. So let's just give it to you.
he looks like the pirates from Caribbean. What's the Jones or
Davy Jones?
Yep, Davy Jones Locker. Yeah.
He feels like he would have been a more intimidating villain in the Pirates of the Caribbean series, but because this is Star Wars, he's just a casual Saturday morning villain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and also, kid, never trust a pirate. Well, Mando, that's really great advice for you, kid. I mean, if you know what a pirate is, don't trust him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It that seemed kind of like an empty piece of advice. Like, well, duh. That, no, that's kind of amusing little look on his face.
I love though in every recap they have the recaps for a reason, like
Yeah,
that the
which is
character
what.
might show up.
Yeah, which is kind of what I was trying to say. Yeah,
Yeah.
that they don't show things without a reason,
Yeah.
and or the seaweed salad pirate.
Seaweed salad pirate.
That's a good one.
Seaweed salad pirate.
Seaweed salad.
I was still convinced he was a Nettie, but now we'll never know because he's a corpse.
And you once were.
Admiral Trench
You
returned, so
you once were a nitty. Now you are net
the
gone.
same thing happened to Admiral Trench in the Clone Wars. He returned like 3 times.
Yeah, but Admiral Trench actually came back as comparison. I don't think this guy's coming back.
Yeah.
do, do you know the ham-handed reference I was making with the you once were a netty, now you are net gone?
No.
From Scott Pilgrim versus the World. You once
It's
were
been
a
years
vegan.
since I've seen that movie, dude.
Yeah, but you once were a vegan. Now you're a vegan.
Oh, so bad.
That's hilarious.
Which works better than what I was ham-handedly
Oh.
putting that into, but that's what I was thinking of when you said, "No, we'll never know." And I was like, "You once were Nettie."
Guess we'll never know.
You should have said more. It doesn't work as well, roll off the tongue as much. But you should have said you were originally a tree. Now you're lumber.
What would Kanye say?
What?
Guess we'll never know.
Yes. And now we are back on Navarro, which I actually appreciate.
On Navarro.
Now, what I didn't quite notice was the way that the monument is there, except point. They make a point to take that out. So good on them for that little piece of consistency there. But the monument is still there, just with that main part.
Yeah,
So
that's
yeah,
pretty funny.
I didn't notice that when I was first watching it.
Well, it was there in the previous episode when they first took him down. Like they kept up that and the arm.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
not.
I think so.
It just kind of hit me just now.
It
Okay,
looked kind of funny when I watched that. Yeah.
And
It looks like CT popped in.
Yep. Hey CT, how's it going?
Oh, hey, CT.
You might be having mic or connection troubles.
Well, he did mute himself, so he might be eating or something right now.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
We're just at the start of the episode, my friend.
Yep. And just so Hunter knows, unless I'm hearing an inordinate amount of background noise is from you, I don't tend to mute people, not unless somebody's going out of hand, which I rarely have to do. So
he left.
So if you ever see that somebody's muted, it's not likely that I'm the one that did it.
Yeah.
I just mentioned some of these things since a lot of people who are here already know how I tend to run things, but you don't. So
Oh yeah.
just thought you might appreciate knowing.
Thanks for cluing me in.
Okay, CT's back. What's up,
I am very permissive in what I do.
Yeah.
Okay, so
CT, by the way, Miriam's in the comments if you want to say hi to her.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yep. Yep.
Seaweed salad
Just
pirate.
to stop by.
Yeah, good
You're
to
just
see
stopping by?
you. From what he said in the chat, it looks like he's kind of busy, so it happens.
Oh, okay.
Wait, Marion is still here.
Well, as
Yeah,
far as I know.
she said she might pop into Net's chat on YouTube, so.
Yeah. Oh, and CT disappeared again. If he comes back, then they'll bring him back in. I mean, not so. You know how many times I brought you back in.
Yeah. I think CT's cameo lasted longer than Dave Filoni's, so.
There you go. He keeps bouncing out. Yeah, just like you last
He's
week.
probably getting connection issues.
Yeah. This week it is the curse is on him. So yeah, I actually kind of like seeing Grief Karga here, doing this stuff. But okay, we're doing trade district, get closer to here. Where's the railway line? Because it shows that he really is focused on the money, which his character should be, but he's focused on it with urban planning right now, as opposed to cutthroat shit. And Miriam is here for 2 hours. Cool. Well, we'll see how long this goes. I mean, I never go for 4 hours. That's never happened. So yeah. Is anyone else here?
Yep.
Okay. I was trying to think I was talking. Okay, I was trying to think I was talking to myself.
I like the one thing how far the CGI for the hologram has become, like over the years.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't know why they need rails in Star Wars Evo.
Actually, no, Yevo, I do have an answer to that, and it's kind of the same as why we use Rails now. Oh, it is more efficient, and yes, you can talk about how using hover, about the fact that that there's a hover stuff, so you shouldn't need Rails, but the way that I see that is we're talking about efficiency. And I'm going to bet you that that it costs more energy to do a hover, especially for things carrying tons and tons of freight, than it would be to push it along tracks. And if it's going from point A to point B, point B to point A, point A to point B, and it's
We have to think about it. We now have like we now have like airplanes and self-driving cars to take people around the world, but
yes,
people still use trains to get around.
Yeah, and freight, and that's specifically what he's referring to here. He's talking about freight. So yeah, the repulsor tech stuff is going to be cheap, but is it necessarily cheaper than Rails? There's cheap, and then there's cheaper. And when you're designing when you're designing city layout, it doesn't matter if both things are cheap. If one thing is cheaper, guess what you're
And
going to take?
by the way, rails are not new to Star Wars. Anybody who's played the original 64 Rogue Squadron games knows that they were taking Wedge Antilles on a prison train on Kessel.
Oh, yeah.
No, so no. Now, if you're going to be telling me that we should be having sand speeders rather than using like the sand speeders rather than having them be rather than having them be on repulsors, I'm looking at you, Rise of Skywalker.
Oh, you're talking about, yeah, I was just thinking about those tread speeders, because that's not technology forward, that's technology backward.
Yeah, because you're transporting one person or two people, and it is for a military purpose, which means that we're not too terribly worried about efficiency. We're worried about we're worried about effectiveness, right? So it doesn't matter if good the sand, you're not going to be. You're going to miss.
I'm losing connection.
Oh no, it's
I
Jack.
can't hear anybody. Wait, hold on. Are you normal now, or is your volume still having trouble?
I'm still hearing you.
No, but what I heard, I was you were talking, and I was coming off and
Yeah. But are we talking about like railroads or
Well, he's.
Evo is correct. You were roboting.
What if that's the case? Other here.
Oh, this is going well.
You're still
Well,
roboting.
Me?
He became an android.
Like,
Maybe it's the Wi-Fi.
I guess now he's going through the technical issues.
Yeah. Let's wait.
Oh, and JG's here, my dad. Bjork.
Oh yeah, of course.
hello. Can you hear me now?
Hello,
Yes,
JG.
we can still kind of hear you. Hey, Dad.
Yeah. But my well.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you already tell Hunter what you were watching the other day?
Did I tell who?
Hunter.
Oh yeah. We talked about the first 4 episodes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What did you think of them?
He's catching up on the Bad Batch before I watch season 2, so we can watch it together.
How was the Bad Batch on the second viewing? Like the first season?
Yeah, I liked it so far. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't wait. I can't wait to get through this first one for Nazo and I to see the rest.
Yeah.
We only got
so Ned's hitting bad weather problems. That explains his connection issues.
Yeah, if you remember earlier, I was commenting that I needed to look at why my phone was beeping at me. It was a tornado warning. So fun times here.
Tornado warning decided today was a bad day to stream for you.
Do you live in Texas, NetCat?
Oh no, nope. I'm in Iowa.
Yeah, he's in Iowa.
They get twisters there too.
Iowa.
It's not that bad. I'm really not concerned about it. But
as long as Net's on an area with mountains, then the twister's not likely to pop up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, but if I occasionally disappear, that would be why. Because if you notice right as you guys are talking about I was roboting, I actually was just asking in the chat if I was roboting, and right as I typed that, and I actually got booted out of my own stream.
Yeah.
Hey,
I mean that has happened to Mariam and
Mariam sent another comment. She said,
yeah.
She said, "Good luck with season 2 of Bad Batch." Thank you. I hope to enjoy it. Also, Nyla has been very cool. Naika, she's going to pass along the comics to you, the ones you won't be able to access anymore. She's going to pass them along to you.
Cool.
Oh,
now I think about one thing that's really nice about StreamYard for doing this, as opposed to using OBS as an disk, is that if we're in OBS, then the entire stream would have crashed right now.
Yeah.
But since StreamYard is actually hosting that means that the stream will keep running even if I drop out a little bit.
Yeah, that's actually great. That's a good thing to have.
Yeah. So that's part of why I do this through StreamYard instead of the other way. Even though OBS gives me a lot more control over other things which I might like, but
Yeah. So should we move on?
She said, "No, really." I'm like, "Yes."
Really?
Yeah, no, she said it.
Yeah. Did she really said really?
Okay, so yeah, he wants to build trains.
One thing about that, we have seen trains in Solo, especially like the train heist.
Oh yeah. No, again, I'm not complaining about the trains. I'm just like,
Yeah.
I feel like, oh, and Net's gone. That's
Oh, I'll guess we're hosting.
we are experiencing some technical
Difficulties.
difficulties. Please stay in your seats, and we will be back.
Wait, what's that from now again?
Oh God, I'm trying to remember the name of the movie.
Oh.
You ever seen Idiocracy?
Oh yeah.
It's scary how quickly my nation is going to that.
Yeah. This is getting out of hand.
When you set thinking, we set in trouble.
Oh. Talking does not make your intelligence. Now get out of here.
It's funny. I was going through like the Jedi Apprentice books earlier, and or one of them anyway.
Yeah.
Oh no, poor Net. Oh yeah. He'll be back once he'll be back once he figures out what the problem is.
He will get his stream back.
No, I was going through one of the Jedi Apprentice books, the first one, and in this first book, like Obi-Wan, there's like a weird rule in the early Jedi Order where basically
Yeah.
like if you're not chosen to be a Padawan by the age of 13, then they actually kick you out of the order.
Oh yeah.
Well, not officially kick you out. They send you what's called the Agricorps.
Is it like a trial or?
The Agricorps is a it's literally a group of Jedi farmers where they spend times nurturing plants and whatnot.
Oh yeah.
Like basically like Jedi farmers basically is what is what it is. And it's for those who are not like super in tune to the Force but still want to feel useful to the galaxy. And basically Obi-Wan's been assigned to that because he's almost 13 and he meets Qui-Gon, but because he fought a little too aggressively, Qui-Gon is reluctant to take him as a pupil. So he's like at this point in his life, his hopes are dashed, like that he's ever going to be a Jedi.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see what's taking Net. Hold on, we gotta go to my back door on.
hello. Can you hear me?
Oh, he's back. Okay.
Yeah.
Just trying to figure out where the connection went. I'm like, what happened?
Well, actually, my actual landline, my actual Wi-Fi went down. I am now attaching myself to a hotspot on my phone.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah, I'm wondering what got hit because I'm thinking that something probably physically got nailed somewhere with the cable company.
I guess the Empire is jamming your signals.
you see, you see, this time Disney shouldn't be wanting me to shut up on this one because we're actually talking good about this, unlike the other episodes.
Yeah, this
For
is
once.
this is kind
Yeah.
of weird. We want to show how visually good the episode was, but we can't.
Yeah, I tell you. I mean, we're trying to be nice to it this time.
Okay, so you're just gonna have to take us at face value this time.
Oh no,
This was a good episode.
well, yeah. I'm not done trying on this yet. Just so.
Disney is like, you agree to stay away, and you're like, I lied.
Yeah. Okay, so back to it. I really do like seeing the city planning part of Grief Karga because as for all the stuff in the episode where I thought you were this person who arranged bounty hunter contract stuff. He's always been the manager. He's
Yeah.
very confident in protecting himself and stuff, but
That's
he
the
is
whole
a
Yeah, it's
manager.
just before he was running a bounty hunters guild there.
Yeah, so he's a manager one way or the other. So this is just
Yeah, he's still.
this is just repurposing his skills, and this is something that I like.
Yeah.
So yeah. Now moving on for Dish. Now, one thing that I do have a little bit of an issue with overall is just the idea that with only their two ships, they could take down the Corsair. That was just like, okay then.
Oh.
Because
No,
when I
I
saw
buy
that, I
it.
was like, I was like, well, okay. But it's not so big of a sell that it really bothers me. But
Sorry, I think actually that ship is seen in Freemaker Adventures, the Lego Star Wars.
actually, I think you might be right. I've actually watched those.
Yeah, me too.
I haven't.
I just had a random day that I just watched those for some reason.
Yeah.
And,
I have them on disc, so they're pretty. I mean, they're cool for the suitable audience.
mhm. Yeah.
All right, sorry.
Okay. Oh, do not apologize.
Yeah,
My
I mean, I was
streams,
going off top.
but my streams are ADD. You have
Yeah.
ADD too. You're
Yeah.
perfect for the stream.
Yeah, I'm a perfect candidate.
How many not so how many times have you said have you seen to your dad said, we've gotten way off topic, and I'm like, I don't care.
That is true. It happens multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean this is me, and this is me medicated, by the way.
Yeah, this is like therapy for me. So
Yeah. So yeah, don't worry about it. There's no slavish stay on topic sort of thing. If shit. So am I still on?
yep.
Yeah.
I love though
Yeah,
how the
Just give me a
paint
sec.
job.
Give me a sec. Thank God for surge protectors. Jesus. Disney, stop sending stuff at me. So yeah, I'm still here. I think.
I just gotta say I love the paint job.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there we go.
It seems so menacing.
Oh, and thank you, Miriam. Honestly, I kind of got the feeling from the few times that I was on Miriam's on Miriam's spaces that I think that her spaces are similar to my to my discussion streams.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of no holds barred. I do try to wrangle the cats, but I'm also the cat wrangling the cats. So yeah. my power is going on and off. The main reason why I'm not dead is because I'm on a laptop battery. At this point,
Oh.
I've actually unplugged my laptop just to be safe.
Do you have like a stationary computer or?
No, my laptop is my computer.
Your laptop, yeah.
I've got a laptop, a tablet which I don't use that often, and a Google Pixel.
Ah,
So yeah, the weather is not liking me right now. And if we were not on StreamYard, we would have been booted multiple times. Okay. Yeah, I have no light. Everything is dark. The only light in this room is my laptop. Yeah.
oh, so
So-
it's like blackout.
At the moment, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's not black outside, but I've got blackout curtains in my room. So
Oh,
yeah.
I thought it was because of the storm or like.
Well,
Where
it's not bright out there. I'm just saying that it's not a blackout is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But
Oh no, we're losing connection.
We are losing the kitty again.
Power up the emergency booster engines. Man.
Evo saying, "Oh no." Say that in Knuckles the Echidna voice. Oh no.
Oh no.
No, from like you ever played the original Sonic Adventure?
Me?
Every time you play as Sonic and you hit Knuckles, he goes, "Oh no."
Oh jeez. Oh no.
To be fair, there's funny lines in other Sonic games, like the 2006 game. The whole city's on fire.
I saw this meme of Sonic where he was like, Anakin was sitting in a car and it was like, how the fuck are you still alive? And he's like, have no idea. uh,
Hello.
Net come back. PSP. PSP. PSP.
Oh, I know what he's doing. He's doing the cat thing, you know. When you see a cat go,
Oh.
Dad, come back. Miriam, I feel bad. It's not your fault, Miriam. It's Net's fault for living in Iowa, a tornado state.
Oh.
To be fair, last stream the weather was screwing with my phone connection, so.
No. I actually ordered the Imperial Machine by I think it's a Marvel comic actually, the Dark Lord of the Sith Imperial Machine. So.
Oh yeah, no, that's some of the current canon stuff.
Yeah. I think it's my first like actual comic, so that'd be nice to look at.
I'm not sure if it's. I can't remember if it's in the A New Hope era or
Yeah, it's in
Revenge
the
of the Sith era.
it's right after. It's about what I've seen so far. It's like Vader doing his lightsaber and meeting up with Momin.
Hello.
Oh, okay.
My power's still out, but my phone came back online.
We lost net once again.
Again, I can hear you now. I'm back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we'll hope that we don't lose you again.
Yeah. I was hearing a whole bunch of hail hitting my window, so that's fun. And it's
Guess who's back?
And it started out at like 55 degrees or something like that today. So having hail with that's like, what the fuck? So, yeah.
Did you hear Yivo calling you?
Hey, I've got power back.
Power's back. Bypass the main power drive.
Yeah, the main way that I knew that power suddenly came back was my screen just went black for a moment because it was the TV kicking in because the TV is my secondary screen. So it's like, oh, hey, you get your screen back. Okay, try this again, and it sounds calmer out there now. So hopefully it'll stay calm now.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Because we're barely into the episode.
Yeah. I'm trying to make this go forever, but yeah. So yeah, shall I begin negotiations?
Welcome back, says Miriam.
Hello.
Shall I begin negotiations?
Thankfully, I'm not too scared. Yeah, he's like, leave me. Yeah, and we get to see him. One thing that I do have that are so a bit to me is that
Oh no.
Karga. Oh no. Here's the thing.
Oh no.
Karga does understand how all this stuff works. He also knows that the Pirate King is not happy with him. He sent the Pirate King's guys packing and killed a lot of them. So he has to know that he's going to be coming back. How do you run a planet, expect to be to be able to survive on your own if you don't have any ways to deal with pirates coming by, especially when you know that they hate you and are going to come for you? He didn't really do any eventualities. He just the best he had was a promise was a promise for help, which he basically had spurned in the past, and then, well, okay, now I guess I'm going to ask. I do think that reflects on him a little bit badly because you can't run a planet expect to remain independent without having any defenses lined up.
Yeah, no, that's kind of the problem. Is that
He
was
is not
expecting.
he's not some random magistrate who doesn't know how the world works. Greece Karga knows how the world works. So
Yeah, they're kind of making Grief Karga a little naive in the fact that like he didn't plan for Gorian Shard's return.
Yeah.
yeah,
He feels
especially
like happily after all.
especially when he, you know what I mean?
He's like happy ever after or something.
Yeah. So that's my major criticism for this episode. They should have had something, and if they had it down, I would actually. had very
Oh no, you're
but
back at
they had
the
something.
Android voice.
Robot. Damn it.
He sounds like a robot again.
Ah. Actually, let's see whether or not my
Net still be going robot, and the screen.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
The one time I'm here, he sounds like a robot.
Let's see.
Evo called Gory Shard ghillie suit guy.
Okay.
Am
I
back
still
in
here?
like the Call of Duty, back in like the Call of Duty days.
When it gets severe.
No internet.
Not so one scene we can agree on is like
Sorry
very
about that.
Call of
Someone
Duty.
else's wife. Back in the early Call of Duty days, we called people in ghillie suits bush Wookiees.
Okay, so how am I now?
Good.
Better.
Okay, because
Not so. You know the whole nobody's listening scene.
because I'm now back on my Wi-Fi. Okay. So go ahead.
No, I was just saying. Natsu and I talked one time, and I told him how nobody's listening scene in Andor is like when they break out in Vorkuta in Call of Duty Black Ops. the communists.
Mhm.
Okay, so he's talking to Jim Henson reject. So.
but yeah, other than them not at least having a token space defense force, or that's my main criticism for this episode.
You know what's crazy about
Yeah, that
Goran
he doesn't even at
Shard?
least have like ground forces or something.
What's crazy
Mhm.
about the whole holo message is that the things Goran is saying is 100% true about like the New Republic and
Oh, yeah.
like how
He's
they
not
won't
wrong.
help. Yeah, he's not wrong. He's a real.
Mhm. Oh yeah, and just so you know, for how me and Natso and JG feel, the way that they made the New Republic at this point is it's Empire 2.0.
Yes,
Yeah, me
yes,
too.
exactly.
Yeah. I told JG and Natso this also. So
Same thing.
yeah.
Mhm.
My term was actually it's the Empire, but it pretends to be nice.
Yeah,
One thing, one quote that has stuck in my head since we got the third episode is like Crosshair's quote, Republic, Empire, what's the difference?
which in the new Disney era there isn't much.
Yep. Yeah, Disney's changing everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how much you've read of the expanded universe, but it is light years different from the. Yeah, but there's light years differences between the expanded universe and
One question though,
what Disney's doing.
would you guys think that Leia could stand behind what they did to Pershing?
No,
No.
No.
she would be horrified. She would be horrified by any of the brainwashing that we've been talking about.
Yeah.
Right. Like totally against it.
Yeah.
There's a damn good chance that she would actually lead another rebellion.
Yeah. A rebellion against a rebellion.
Yeah, and Leia would do it.
Well, it's interesting that like I'm pretty sure Han and Leia when the Galactic Alliance tried to attack Corellia, Han and Leia actually picked a side.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah. One thing that was always clear in the expanded universe with Leia is that is that she stays on the side of what she thinks is right, and she actually has gone against the New Republic when she's thought that they've got off the rails.
Yeah.
And by the way,
She would have
Leia is one of my favorite characters.
She would have never agreed to the Senate being dissolved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just like her mother before her.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is that what you call gunning down my helmsman in cold blood? They shot first. Which of course, I'm certain that I'm not the only person who got the who shot first sort of thing, but with the between the special edition
Greedo
and the
Han.
original.
I actually didn't thought of that. Yeah.
No, I thought of it immediately. I was like, "Oh, you're going there." Greedo versus Han Solo.
Greedo Han, who shot first?
Hot take.
No.
Who shot first, Han or Greedo?
I missed the Brian Daly version where Han actually pushed somebody out of an airlock.
I mean, with all the changes, in the movies.
What's that?
With all the changes in the movies, like Han Solo breaks his fucking neck, so.
Now, for myself, as far as Han Solo, as far as who shot first, I really like special editions for a lot of things, but Han Solo shot first.
Because he was more in character with him.
Mm-hmm.
At least in that early stage when he was more of a smuggler and gun runner.
Well, now the thing is that he shot first, but you think that he couldn't tell that Greedo was about to shoot?
Exactly.
That's more the thing. It's not that he shot him in cold blood. He could tell that Greedo was getting ready and went, "No, I'm not letting you take your shot."
Yep.
And I could see Han Solo at any point in his arc, early or late, doing that, because it wasn't a matter of I'm just going to take you down in cold blood. Han Solo is always practical. He doesn't care about how it looks. He cares about how it is.
Right.
It was like I caught him eyeing up his pistol and reaching for it, so I shot him first.
Yeah, because why should I let him get the chance to kill me?
That's one bit I thought was very in character of Solo in the film was Tobias Beckett was like, going off on a tangent, and Han just shoots him in the chest before he pulls his blaster.
And don't forget, this is Mos Eisley we're talking about. So
this isn't Mos Eisley.
That happens all the. No, well, are you talking about when Han? That happens all the time in Mos Eisley.
People would kill you for a quid there.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah.
There probably were a few original trilogy lines, Mariam, that we ended up missing.
Oh, there definitely were. I didn't comment on all of them. Actually, episode 5. No, episode 5 is what we're watching.
I think in episode 5 of season 3 of Mando, they were original trilogy lines.
Do you mean an earlier episode? Because episode 5 is what we're watching right now.
You mean season 3, episode 21?
So yeah.
That's funny.
Okay, so he threatens him.
Mm-hmm. And then he says, "Well, now I will shoot first," which is what really got me. I was like, "Well, they shot first," and then this guy goes, "Well, now I will shoot first." Okay, so then now you're the special edition.
Like he knows Greedo's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He wasn't going to take a chance.
Mm-hmm.
We're now under the protection of the New Republic. No, you're not.
You might think you are, but you're not.
Well, the thing is it was really It was really amateur. It was really amateur of Rita to think that he's surprised Han.
Mm-hmm.
One
Yeah.
question I have for holograms, because in some cases hologram shows like the surrounding of a person, and in some hologram it only shows like the person. So how does hologram works?
Okay. Now, you're actually talking to the right person on that.
Ah.
Star Wars tech is kind of my obsession.
Yes.
Now, now keep in mind this is partially conjecture, and partially me remembering stuff from a melange of stuff, so I can't really give you sources. But if you're just using like a quick recorder that's in front of you, it's just going to get what it can map in front of you. So like if it's a portable recorder, it's not going to get the full around thing. It's going to get what it can pick up from scanning you. But if you're on a bridge like this pirate guy is, where it's actually set up for being his actual command information center. This isn't a simple recorder that he just has in front of him. It's actually set up to be able to pick up the entire area. So it's going to be more than one camera picking him up. So that's why this would be able to be seen around him.
Can I just express also how I feel like he's scarier in the hologram than in real life?
Oh, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
He looks like a seaweed monster.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's funny.
But yeah, so Hunter, any questions you have about Star Wars tech, as long as you're willing to have it from the perspective of expanded universe, which may be at odds with the current Disney canon, I am kind of the person to talk to because
No, Net actually gave me a pretty logical explanation for lightsabers, and it actually made sense to me.
Yep,
but at the same time, lightsabers are still magic swords. So
right.
Well, I actually did admit that when I was giving you the explanation, didn't I? One thing is that it's magic in that you have to accept one part. You have to take one thing of it on faith, but then the rest of it makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, here's a funny thing that I remember you, and I know you weren't doing it to be a jerk or anything. You were kind of dissing the comics before. The comics, one of the comics actually fixed, did a retcon and fixed one of the issues with the expanded universe in relation to Boba Fett.
The comics start out always bad. It's just that they are inconsistently okay.
I'll just go to the toilet quickly. I'll be back.
Okay, sorry. but there is good stuff that comes from the not so. I have never meant to imply otherwise. It's just that I have an issue with them when talking about what is canon and what isn't, because whenever somebody talks to me about but the EU was always inconsistent, where do they where do they give me the examples? It's always the frigging comics.
Most of them are comics.
And so
that's because they won't pick up a book, but
people don't read. What are you, crazy?
Well, that may be the case, but keep in mind, I've read almost all of the books post Return of the Jedi. There really isn't that much inconsistency in them.
Right.
But there is
some of the inconsistency
in the comics. Is the thing, and as we actually found out when you were telling me about that stuff from the Heir to the Empire comics.
Yeah, that's that Imperial transport ship. So, to be honest with you, it could have been interceptors when the comic portrays.
Interceptors don't have hyperdrives either.
Yeah.
Which one would then? I'm trying to think because they
the Defenders have hyperdrives.
Okay, yeah, Defenders is worse.
and I think that the TIE Advanced might, but I'm not sure about the TIE Advanced.
I don't think the TIE Advanced does. I think they
No,
have
I
extra
think the
weapons.
TIE Advance might, Dad, because
No. Actually,
Vader was having it repaired at his castle.
Well, here's the thing about the TIE Advanced is that Vader had a prototype TIE Advanced, which
Yeah.
his did have a hyperdrive. I am not certain if the official TIE Advanced had a hyperdrive.
I hear.
Yeah,
No, I hear what you're saying.
I don't think the assembly line ones that they give just to regulars had that. I think that was special for Vader.
And thing is that I'm not certain about that, so I'm not willing to state it one way or the other. But
another thing too is there wasn't many pilots in the Empire that were as skilled as Vader when it came to a small craft with hyperdrive. So I think for a safety issue, I think he was the only.
No, I would actually disagree with that. One of the things that and Natsus pointed out about me and the X-Wing books, the thing there is that some of the most skilled pilots in the universe were actually TIE fighter jockeys.
Actually, again, I'm not just talking about the books, but in the prequel. Sorry.
Well, here's the thing: the TIE fighter jockeys. There are a lot of them go out there, and tons of them die every time. But the ones that survive 3, 4, or 5 engagements, they are the elites.
Yeah,
and they're really, really fucking good.
I don't even want to know how many Baron Suntir Fell survived to get the title of Flight Baron.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because that's bold.
Yeah, but he's not the only one to have been able to do that. I mean, maybe not to that complete level, but any TIE fighter jockey that survived 5 engagements was a veteran. And one of the things that they made a point of in the X-Men novels was, okay, now we're going to put you into the Sims, and you're going to be in a TIE fighter. You don't get to have your advantages of shields and all this really good tech. You just get to be fast. And they go in going, oh, look at this. I'm really good. Boom. And they die.
Yeah, but the beauty of the TIE fighter pilot is that like only the fastest, smartest, and strongest survived, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, true, you had like your everyday mundane patrol pilots and everything. And again, that's kind of just what they were, was everyday mundane patrol patrol pilots. But when like X-Wings started flying in, you had to be fast or you had to be dead.
Mm-hmm. TIE fighters have a bad rap in that people look at TIE fighters and go, well, those are just shit things. No, TIE fighters are eggshells with hammers. They are eggshells. But they also have
probably
hammers.
Got better firepower than X-Wings, as far as I remember.
Not quite, but they have equivalent firepower. But the problem is that, but the thing to keep in mind is that TIE fighters don't have missiles. X-Wings do.
True enough.
The thing to compare TIE fighters to is actually the A-Wings. And
really, I thought they'd be compared to interceptors.
Well, A-Wings and interceptors, TIE fighters are fast. Interceptors are even faster.
Would you?
No, just give me a sec. TIE fighters are faster than X-Wings. You do realize that, right?
Yeah, I kind of got that fact because, like,
twin ion engine. That is what they are. They are an engine.
Well, it's not just that. Like, any X-Wing pilot that ever tried to get a shot on a TIE fighter, they had to be absolutely precise by their targeting computer.
Yes, but the thing is that you call it a TIE fighter. It's called TIE Fighter because it is a twin ion engine fighter. That is almost a literal description. It is 2 ion engines with with 2 solar sails to power it, and 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 it's attached to a cockpit that doesn't even have any life support in it.
Which is pretty brilliant, because not only is it a twin ion engine, but it looks like a bow tie. So it's like kind of ingenious.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of ingenious.
Can I just say, would you imagine if the TIE Defender program went through? Like how the resistance...
Attack pattern bow tie formation.
Oh, okay, now to answer Evo. I thought the interceptors were on par with A-Wings, but that might be based on Battlefront 2. Here's the thing. The Empire's fighters are pretty much always faster than the equivalent one of the Rebellion, because the Empire does not worry about adding in little things called shields. So when you have the equivalent tech level, that means that the fastest thing that the Rebel Alliance has is going to be a little bit slower than the fastest thing that the other side has. The A-Wings are actually top of the line, better than X-Wing in terms of tech, but they're still going to be slower than the Interceptors, because the Interceptors are top of the line for the Empire, with the Empire not really caring if they survive the battle. But the Rebel Alliance wants what they prioritize that is their pilots returning from the battle. Hell, the A-Wings have a friggin' hyperdrive on it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think the Rebellion, after a while, the most experienced pilots of the Rebellion became better pilots than the top-notch Empire pilots, because they had to rely on tactics and skill. So that probably
more of them returned.
I mean, the galactic conflict
that's the other thing. More of them returned. They could actually retreat from a battle.
I mean, the Galactic Civil War was like a guerrilla war.
Mm-hmm.
Because it wasn't that active like the Clone Wars.
Yeah. And the thing is that they could return. What I keep on stressing the fact that they have hyperdrives. I keep on pointing out for a reason. If a cruiser were to go down with the Empire, that means its complement of fighters are stranded, so they have to fight out to the end. But if there's losses in a fight on the Rebels side, they could almost all of their forces could go, well, screw this, turn around and leave. So with their pilots, actually keep on gaining experience, whereas the Empire's pilots keep on dying. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Which was just acceptable loss for the Empire. It's acceptable, but
Everything
with the Rebellion,
any loss for the Empire is acceptable.
Well, with the Rebellion, if they had to leave a cruiser behind, they would actually be reluctant to leave it. They'd be like, "No, we have to regroup with the." We have to regroup with the fleet. There's nothing we can do to save this cruiser.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Can I say?
So, yeah.
If Thrawn succeeded with the TIE Defender program, the Rebels would be fucked.
If Thrawn was actually given more authority by the Emperor, just overall, the Rebels would have been fucked.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, I'm talking expanded universe Thrawn. I really don't have anything to say about Disney canon Thrawn. Like that's not me throwing shade. It's that I don't have anything really to base it on. So
yeah.
Yeah, ties being found on capital ships does prevent desertion. There's that.
Morgoth's ring says boo.
I know, I was ignoring that. He's just being a pain. And yes, there is some good things about how ruthless the Empire is. Not, when I say good, I mean as in tactically. It has tactical reasons for being good, but there's also long-term tactical, actually more strategic problems with it. So it's kind of a give and take. So yeah. Now, one thing that I did find amusing here. Don't hail me again. We didn't hail you, you dipshit. Learn how to speak standard. Don't hail me again. No, you hailed me. You shit stain. Right? Because his droid wanted him to hail them, and he said, "No, we're not hailing them."
Yeah, the droid was like, "You're being hailed, sir."
Yeah, and it's like, "You're being hailed." Okay, then you guys clear out, and I'll talk to him. And then this guy's going, "Don't hail me again." It's like, I didn't hail you in the first place.
Don't hail me again unless it's a surrender.
Yeah. So now he's contemplated his options, and now he remembers a vague promise that he got from.
Can I just say, the kind
No,
of
no,
attack.
no, you can't say anything. They're not allowed. Joking, of course.
Yeah.
I say that to
just...
everybody, so you
Oh,
have to get it at some point.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, everybody gets the rouse. Everybody gets roused. You get the razz. Everybody gets the razz on this.
Like this episode felt so much Caribbean, or like the part of the Caribbean, the way he attacked, and
I didn't really think of it, but I can kind of see that. Yeah.
It feels just like the scene in, I think it's the first Caribbean movie where Elizabeth hides in the in the house. It feels like that attack.
Yeah.
You know what I was? There was something about that ship that I made a comment about, and you know how usually, I mean, it's. I think it's really cool that the control just like a pirate.
A pirate ship. Oh yeah.
Because I didn't think about it, but Hunter brought that up earlier. But another thing is the fact that they redesigned the.
Yeah.
Probably like. Yeah, it's probably like when a pirate ship raises its colors. You know.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, now we
they
have
don't have the
Cargo
Jolly Roger.
going. Now, to be a little bit more fair to Grief Karga, whereas I was bitching about the lack of the space defense, which I still think is a problem, but his mindset may still be in the I can get people to come defend me, and I think he may have put too much faith into the word of a squadron commander going, just let me know and we'll do our best to help you. And he thought that was, let us know and we'll come charging in. Because he's used to deal with bounty hunters and things like that. And okay, I tell them that I need something, and they know that if they come through, that I will give them money, so I can trust people who say that they'll help me. I still think that it doesn't negate the problem that he should have at least a little bit of defense, but he probably seriously did think that he could trust the word of this guy to come help.
Well, it's obvious that he has no experience at all in anything but bounty hunting and stuff like that. I mean, he doesn't know how to run plays. He doesn't know about defenses. I mean, it's like he's just like figuring it all out as he goes.
It's just weird. You think that somebody like him would know who to ask?
Yeah. He would know that by now.
Oh,
That's weird.
Apparently I'm a bigot. Okay.
You're a bigot?
Again, he's giving me crap. I'm not really sure where he's pulling that one from, but he's just being just so that everyone knows, Morgoth's Ring is a friend. So him saying something like that means that he's just giving me shit.
Yeah.
So
everybody's got one of those. Everybody's got one of those.
Oh, he's not even a troll. He's just truly a friend. But he's being a pain. But I'm not really sure where he's coming up with that one from.
Yeah.
He's making the stream more exciting by posting funny comments.
Yeah, which he'll do.
Yeah.
And now, how many people should have died here versus how many people does it look like died?
Can I just I love the voice for Gorian.
For Gorian?
I love the voice actor for Gorian, like the sound.
As in the pirate?
Voice. Yeah, because I heard like when I heard the voice of Gorian Shard, I was like, oh, that's from Pirates of the Caribbean or something.
Okay, so be quiet for a moment because I can actually play like up to 5 to 6 seconds. The problem, so I'm just going to give an example of it for you. If you play. So yeah, I actually do like the voice too. I just thought that I'd give an example of what you're praising.
Yeah.
Wasn't trying to shut you up. I just thought that you're praising the voice, so let's actually.
Yeah, because I get so much like Pirates of the Caribbean vibes this whole fucking episode. So.
Yeah, which I can kind of see it. I didn't really think of it, but yeah, I can see that.
Hey, did you guys address? Did you guys address the jacket that the commander was wearing? It was like an Easter egg. Do you guys hear about that?
Oh yeah, Snow White. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, the jacket he was wearing.
Oh yeah, did you remember the guy who like Gorian's commander who said like the guns are down? That guy, I saw people on Twitter say he looked like one of the dwarves from Snow White.
Do you remember me telling you earlier that I don't pay tons of attention to graphical stuff?
Well, so the jackets that the commander was wearing, when you look at the patches, look at the jacket, and it's supposedly a Harrison Ford jacket from Indiana Jones. If you look at the jacket, the commander that goes in, he's the one that he's the guy that Grief Karga you just talked about, trusted. Yeah, and then he went.
You think you Rebel Commander on Coruscant?
Yeah. But when he went up there and he talked to the requisitions guy.
We are not there at all yet.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll wait till we get there then.
Just take a look at where we are. We have not gotten to that at all.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Like the New Republic officer.
I thought you were trying to talk about somebody who was here earlier.
No.
Oh,
My mistake. My mistake. My mistake.
That's why I was really confused.
I thought JG meant like a pirate commander or something.
That was
no.
So I was kind of confused, but I was like, well, I don't pay attention to a lot of the graphic stuff, so
all right,
I'll miss something.
I'll pay more attention. I'm driving, so I'm just kind of ripping here.
Oh, if he's driving, then complete pass. Yeah,
Well, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. No, and Miriam, you do whatever you need to do. Thanks for sticking around, and I hope you had a good time. And thanks for being here. And you always know and you always know where you can get a hold of me.
Thank
So,
you, Mario, for being here.
Thank you, Miriam.
So may the force be with you. And like I said, you know where I am.
Nice.
So yeah, as far as listening to the streams while driving and stuff, that's how I listen to things. I typically don't even look at what's going on. I just listen.
Yeah.
So yeah, one thing that I did have a thought of when I was watching this was, okay, they're firing on the city where people are not expecting to need to take cover, and we're seeing a lot of people being thrown, but they don't get the impression of death. They just get the impression of bruises. You know what I mean?
Very stereotypical action.
Yeah. See, because with something like this, we should be seeing bruises. not bruises. We should be more than bruises.
We should be seeing limbs. Should be seeing limbs flying off at this point. I mean, seriously. Orbital bombardment.
If this series was targeted as a thriller series, I would imagine we have seen them died. But this is an action adventure series, and so.
This isn't a major criticism. It's just a thought that went through my head.
Yeah.
I do try to specify the difference between I have a problem with this and I thought this was amusing. You know what I mean? Because
you know what I did appreciate about. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Now the thing about here is that they're not showing us the deaths. If you do feel like being morbid about it, you can actually assume that there are deaths in those clouds because we don't see the exact places there. You can actually assume incendiary abides are there. They're not just showing us. So they're not actively saying nobody died. No, there's nobody that would casually report zero deaths.
The one thing I don't get is the stereotypical mindset of a terrorist organization or pirates, like destroying the city they're trying to take over. What's it left if they destroy everything?
No, actually, no. Here's the thing. Look at where it's coming down. It's not coming down on the building. It's coming down on the street.
Yeah. But, yeah.
They are actually targeting where they're going, which is actually which actually has to do with my comments about the populace, because it's the populace that they're targeting. They're not they aren't targeting the infrastructure.
Right. Yeah, because they don't care how many they kill people. They just want to keep the building standing.
Yeah, and yes, they're going to have to pay money to fix the roads, but that's not as much as it will cost to fix the buildings.
And they're going to retake the school to a bar.
Yeah. Yes, well, that was just their thing that they could use to go, well, yeah, this is why we're going to pretend to be upset.
Yeah, it was their victory point. Like, see, we did have our way. It is our bar again.
Yeah, and since they knew that Grief wasn't going to give it to them, Emma originally, that made it their line in the sand. They knew that he wasn't going to cross, so they could go, well, this is our reason.
Yeah, it made it more satisfying for them to get their way.
Yeah. But so like I was saying, whereas I will go, look at they're not showing us any deaths. They also are showing they actually are showing us that the blasts are landing directly on the roadways where the civilians were. So if you really think about it, there's people there are people being incinerated that we're just not seeing.
Yeah.
So they're still making it family friendly, showing it to us like this, but they're not saying that there were 0 deaths. Nope. There's no report that came up going, there were 0 deaths, sir.
Yeah.
I love the
You know, it was
so that's why I say that this is something that I just laugh about, but I don't. I have a problem.
Yeah, I love though how he contradicts himself by saying, "I won't abandon my city." Guess what he does 5 minutes later?
Oh no! Actually, no. I will actually disagree with you on that. That depends on how you think about my city, because what he's thinking of my city, at least this is the way that I interpreted it. He sees the city as the people.
I understand that, but I would rather have him saying, "I won't abandon my people." Then
no, but the thing is, he is the magistrate of the city, so that is what that is what he has actually taken responsibility for. So
yeah,
so I want to abandon my city, and they're saying, well, we'll lead you to the episode to the launch site. So they're saying we're going to launch your escape pod to leave your city completely. Like, just we're going to get you to safety. No, I won't abandon my city. I'm not going to abandon my people. You want to send me there? No. Now I will actually agree with you that the wording may have actually been better. I don't have a problem with this wording because it didn't really even didn't hit
it was
me,
just
but
a nitpick.
No. Actually, I'm not having a problem with nitpick. I'm actually saying it didn't occur to me to nitpick it. But now that you mention it, I do think that the line would have been better if he'd said, "I won't abandon my people." I think that line would have been better.
It's not that big a thing. It was just something I thought about.
Never worry about pointing out a nitpick on the channel.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
Do you want to nitpick so that you'll see me?
Yeah, I've been talking to some crazy Star Wars fans over the years. So.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
You know what was missing? You know what was missing from this scene and like other scenes recently? There's something was missing from this scene that I'm glad it's gone.
Music?
No, the Wilhelm scream.
Oh.
No more it's always the same. I'm glad they got rid of that thing.
But I mean, JG, those are the classics.
God,
sorry.
Those are the classics. So.
It really would have been fun if I'd have had you on the stream for last episode, because then you would have been the one running defense, whereas for once I'm actually running defense, and that is not normal on this. I mean, just ask anybody else here. How often am I running defense for this show?
I know. You never. You're like an outside observer of this, like looking down at a coliseum.
Yeah, I do see myself at this point as being mostly neutral, but yeah, it's like calling the balls and the strikes.
Yeah, you gotta have an umpire.
But no. Whereas I will defend this in that I didn't have a problem with it when I was watching it, and I'll defend it in the way that I said. It most definitely would have been better said. I won't abandon my people, because that's actually the way that they showed Grief feeling in the episodes prior to this. Because Grief is more attached to the people than the city. So I do think that him saying "I want to abandon my city" is a little bit of a gaffe now that you pointed out. So yeah, good catch.
Yeah, that's actually good, Hunter. That was a nice observation.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
But it also shows how far Grief has come You know?
Also, just because I don't catch something doesn't mean that it's not worthwhile to catch. Just keep that
Right.
in mind.
I mean, he has become such a leader in this
Mhm.
time. So
Yeah, he's figuring it out as he goes, but he's trying. He's trying.
like the droid says, "Excuse me, hi, Master Magistrate."
Hi,
Like,
Master.
yeah, he made a mistake. All this time he's like, no, it's hi, magistrate. And then this time he says the magistrate, and now the robot corrects him, hi, magistrate.
oh yeah, I love the contrast. Yeah.
The robot finally got it. It's
This
funny.
time it was the robot who had it.
Oh, I did forget. I have one more criticism for this. So,
Oh boy.
The scenes or the show?
the episode.
Are we doing? Okay.
But the episode / Disney Star Wars overall, because it's endemic to how they do hyperdrive.
One thing funny about this scene, where they are fleeing, it's called Bullock Canyon, which is the name of the Boba Fett character.
Just what I'm going to mute JG for a moment because he's got background.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
The place they're fleeing to is called Bullock Canyon, and the name is from the late actor for Boba Fett in the originals, which has passed. So.
Oh, that's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah.
And hi, hamster, how's it going? I know that you haven't been watching Mandalorian, but you enjoy watching me spurring out about Star Wars at times, so enjoy. Okay. So yeah. Now the thing that I'm gonna wait till the pirate. Now we get to hear, and this isn't that big of an issue because I don't really mind information being transmitted this quickly, but the information is transmitted quickly to them, which is yay. I'm fine with that. But now, this is one of the things that makes the Star Wars universe seem so friggin' small. We get to see him go, okay, I need to go in person then. We see him hyperspace there, have a talk, and then come back. And in all this time, it just looks like they've gotten to wherever they were rendezvousing at. Doesn't look like they've had more than maybe a day. Hyperspace it has become instantaneous travel. And this is one of the issues that I had with Rise of Skywalker. It's just become instantaneous travel. It's not a let's speed up how fast it goes by a factor of 10 or 100 or 1,000. It's turned it into we go into hyperspace where they're meeting. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Which also isn't what they did in Last Jedi. For as much as I bitch about the Last Jedi, how long were they in hyperspace?
I mean, like if you're taking like in real life, going from like this is kind of bad comparison, but like Titanic going from New York to what was the?
Let's say halfway around the world.
Yeah, like from Coruscant to Mandalore, that's like a day maybe.
Maybe, but here's the thing: Coruscant is a core world, right? They make a point about the core worlds, mid and then outer, right? And we have and to get things out to the outer rim, that's really hard. It's a pain in the ass to get them all the way out there.
Yeah.
Is it a pain in the ass to get things out to the outer rim if it just takes a day?
Yeah.
If that?
Yeah. What you're getting at is you're getting at jump points.
Mm-hmm.
There was no jump. It didn't seem like they had any jump points.
I mean, they had this first appeared in the Rise of Skywalker movie, I think, but like it's
Yeah.
speed skipping, like
Oh my God, Lightspeed skipping.
yeah,
Please don't get me started on that. Because we will be here all day.
yeah,
Did I mention that my thing is about Star Wars tech?
yeah. You did mention that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You start Lightspeed skipping. What happens the moment you do that is you mush yourself into paste.
Yeah.
That's what happens. You don't go, hi, I'm here, hi, I'm here, hi. No, it's hi, I'm dead. That's what you
There's
do.
also another question. If we're talking about things with like no hyperdrives, and you pretty much brought it to the attention that even in the Rise of Skywalker, you pretty much brought it to the attention that TIE fighters don't have hyperdrive.
Nope.
How did Ben Solo get to Exegol in the TIE fighter?
I would need to
I
go
mean,
back and rewatch it. I haven't watched it for a
his TIE
while.
fighter is a special
But-
modification, so
That was actually what I was about to say. I'm pretty sure that he's not actually using a standard TIE anything. He has a specific his TIE fighter, whatever model it is a special made a fighter made for him.
Okay, well, it looks like a
Just-
standard TIE fighter.
Uh,
The implication is he got it from the Death Star's wreckage.
in the book,
I think it's
it
advanced.
Well, again, we were having a debate whether advanced fixes that problem or not earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah, but also if we're talking about Rise of Skywalker, and we're talking about being consistent with the canon in Rise of Skywalker, we already have TIE fighters that can go into hyperspace. It's not a problem with what they've already established.
All right, well, here's the thing that he didn't take his ship.
No, not so. That's the point I'm making. Those TIE fighters that we saw at the beginning of Rise of Skywalker that were following in the Falcon, those weren't special either. So in the canon, it's literally the same problem that we've already talked about. It's not a new problem.
Okay, let's say here's the thing.
It's the same problem.
Here's the thing, though. In the film, okay.
Oh no! I think I get what you're saying. You're saying that the ones that were in the wreckage wouldn't have had whatever advances.
The one that he got in the wreckage was a standard TIE fighter.
Yeah, which would have had
years ago.
Which would not have had whatever upgrades they gotten, even though they're impossible. But they still.
So Kefir would have to be really close to Exegol.
No, yeah, you're right. You're right.
So I have a
because even though, let's just pretend that they advanced their tech to make it work.
So
that TIE fighter wouldn't have had that new tech.
Am I going to have to say it again?
Go!
So something that I wonder about is how, when Poe, Finn, and the Slug and Chewbacca lightspeed skip. I wonder the TIE fighters, can they follow after and when?
No, you cannot.
Yeah, because they follow them across the galaxy. So
the whole point is the TIE fighters that follow them in Rise of Skywalker make no logical sense anyway.
Yeah.
Unless they
like I was saying,
hyperdrives.
Like I was saying, it's another Disney. No. It's another Homer. Another Homer moment.
Another donut.
Oh.
But the red black ones from The Force Awakens, like the Thai special,
we lost Ned again.
yeah. But I wonder about like how the TIE fighters that Poe and Dameron, or not Poe and Finn commandeer in the beginning of the Force Awakens, if they have this special modification, but they're probably just normal TIEs.
It's all about attention to detail here.
Yeah.
Disney drops the ball a lot on this stuff. They
Yeah.
really do.
Even ships.
Yeah. Simple things like shifts.
Hello.
Here he
So-
is.
So yeah, what I was saying just as I died was that no, you cannot enter hyperspace through the slipstream. You
Yeah.
don't get to drift into hyperspace like that. That doesn't work.
This isn't space. This isn't space Tokyo Drift, and
No.
we were just saying when you got
guys,
kicked, we were just saying that we were talking about the inconsistencies of Disney, and that TIE Fighter is one of them.
Mm-hmm. And the thing is that what bothers me so much about them not understanding the TIE fighters is that it just reminds me so much of the people who actually do denigrate what TIE fighters can actually do.
Yeah,
With the reasons why they can do so much good things. It makes
Yeah.
me think that people at Disney don't understand what makes the TIE fighter such an exceptional vehicle. Because
It's not
the TIE
just the-
fighter, because the thing is that the TIE fighter is actually an extremely impressive piece of technology. And,
yes.
and for people to be like, oh no, we need to add this on or add that on. It's like, no, you add that on. That's
they
the
can't-
problem.
I mean,
The thing
Yeah,
about the TIE
that's the
fighter is
problem.
that it's actually so frigging streamlined. That's what
It's
makes
fat.
it so damn impressive. So when
not
you
only
add
is it-
on,
yeah.
when you add on the hyperdrive, no, you are actually taken away from it.
I mean,
Yeah.
the twin ion engine is one of the most brilliant things in the Imperial machine. So
Yeah,
Yeah, and it's solar powered, which is
Yeah.
even better.
yeah,
I mean, it gets its power. It gets its power from the natural light of space, and not only that, but not only is it faster than everything, but it's more maneuverable than almost every ship. These guys could do. I mean, they could do sideways and shifts. It's just it's insane.
yeah. I mean, like Poe says, like,
at a cheap enough price to say crunch all you want, we'll make more.
Yeah,
like
that's right.
Poe says in The Force Awakens, this thing really moves.
This thing really moves. You know, and it's what you were saying, Ned, is exactly right. Not just TIE fighters, but it's almost every aspect of Star Wars lore that they drop the ball on these attention to details. It's like an afterthought or something. They're like, it's almost like, oh, it looks good. It made the editing room. Okay, they improved it. And then when they watch it, they're like, oh, we forgot about this. Oh, we should have looked at that. You know, and it's like,
Yeah.
it's always after the fact. It's like these guys got high and did the editing and said, dude, what did we do last night?
I mean, like you see in the
And there's a quote from Jurassic Park. I'm gonna see if I can quickly pull it up. But it's it's something like actually I'm not gonna need to pull it up. And you guys were so we're so enamored in what we can do. We forgot to ask if we should do it.
yeah.
But if you remember the thing that I'm paraphrasing, it's Malcolm talking about how hey, it's really cool. We could make these. We could bring these dinosaurs back. You guys forgot to ask, should we do that?
Yeah.
And that's what it kind of feels like. You're so enamored with, we could make this better, but should you? You know what I mean?
Yeah, just one thing
And-
about Don't get me wrong, I love the TIE fighter, but making them like this super spaceships, I don't want, because in my opinion, they can't go through space. Or
That's what that's what the TIE Defender is for. That if you upgrade the ship model,
yeah,
you can get that, but you don't
yeah,
do it with the base ship.
yeah,
Is
because
what I
we
think
saw,
you're trying to say,
yeah, we
right?
saw, yeah, it's with the regular TIE, you can't do that, but like the Defender has a fucking hyperdrive, so it's
The Defender is basically the equivalent of an X-wing on a TIE platform, which
oh
is
yeah,
kind of scary, to
yeah.
be completely honest.
If the
If
rebels were faced against those, they would have lose.
yeah, if you were to put TIE an equal force TIE Defenders against an equal force X-wings with similar with similar skill in the pilots, the Defenders are going to win.
I mean, the thing with one last thing I have to say, like the benefits of the TIE Defenders, it has like 6 cannons, deflectors, or like very strong shields,
Yeah.
hyperdrive. So
Do you also know how much more expensive those things are than a TIE fighter?
yeah,
So
like
when I say that the thing about the TIE fighters is that they can, then they can say crunch all you want, we'll make more.
or like
They
how
actually
much
can't do they actually can't do that with the TIE Defender.
how much is like TIE Advanced or TIE, the Vader uses advanced or whatever.
I, I don't have actual numbers. I'm just saying that when you bring it to the point that you have the capabilities that the Defender has,
Mm,
it's the orders of magnitude
yeah,
of that it's going to cost more because they're putting the twin ion engines on. They're putting all the cannons on. They're putting the missile launchers on. They're putting the hyperdrive on. They're putting the shielding on. No, all the things that made the actual TIE fighters more capable than the equivalent in the Rebel Alliance's stuff is that they slimmed it down to nothing. The Defenders, no, we're throwing the smorgasbord at it.
I think the second to last best, or like the second best TIE fighter is the Interceptor.
As far as ship to ship, yes.
Yeah,
Because that's the other thing. A TIE interceptor is kind of worthless, just like a TIE fighter as well. By the way, against a capital ship, you do need a TIE defender or a TIE bomber to
Yeah,
deal with a capital ship.
yeah,
yeah. I mean,
Which is
why do you think? Why do you
one
think
of the
they get?
things. Which is one of the things about the X-wing. The X-wing can actually fight a capital ship
yeah.
because it carries proton torpedoes with it.
Oh
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
those are strong bastards.
And then,
Yeah,
and if you look at a wing, if you looked at the space in the wing of each squadrons, the tie wings outnumber the X wings 10-1 because you can put more of them in there, and like you said, I mean they're cheaper to make, and they're not made.
yeah.
Yeah, they're not made to come back. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Crunch
I
all you
mean,
want. We'll make more.
I have playing some Star Wars Squadrons, and I don't know how accurate it's in that game, but the TIE, like the TIE interceptors, is very maneuverable.
You want to know my problem with TIE squadrons?
What?
It crashes on me. I actually have it on my computer, and I
Yeah.
enjoy playing it. I haven't played it for a while, largely because of what I just said. But I'll play. I'm playing it. It's fun. It reminds me of the original X-wing and the TIE. The
Oh
stuff
yeah.
way back when, which I also have on Steam. But then
Oh
I'm
yeah.
partway through a mission, and it just simply crashes. So what I've played of it, I like, and I'll actually say seems relatively accurate. But I've only gotten like what about 2, maybe 3 missions in because it keeps on crashing.
Oh shit.
it It really makes you feel like the pilot feels in a TIE fighter.
Oh God, that didn't even occur to me. But yes. But no,
One thing I have to say,
that's no shade on you with squadrons. It's actually that I don't have.
though, how strange is it though to see when we're talking about ships here? How strange is it to see X-wings on Coruscant?
Not that strange.
Because
But then
I've never
again,
seen that before.
well, Hunter, remember expanded universe. Me.
Oh yeah, I'm not
So
a EU
so
buff.
the idea of an X-Wing on Coruscant is like, yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, because I've never
Yes,
seen that
Hunter.
before.
But
So
Hunter, you should stop limiting yourself. You should get involved with all of Star Wars lore.
yeah,
All
I
of it.
should. It's just
actually,
so hard
Hunter,
to get into it.
are you for or against reading?
I can read. I can listen to EU books. I can.
Sorry, that may have sounded that sounded a lot more judgmental than I meant it to be.
No worries, no worries.
What I'm trying to say is are you for or against looking at the books? Because
No, I'm completely fine with looking at the books. I just haven't got into it.
because if you're interested, I have a whole library I don't mind sharing, and
Oh.
you don't have to actually need to read them. You can use a text to speech thing, so you can listen to them too.
Oh.
Yep.
So I would be happy to help you expand your horizons.
Thank you.
On the original, because I'm always wanting to educate on that.
Oh yeah, thank you. That was very nice.
Or to be a little bit less sanctimonious, I'm always happy to share my happiness.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hunter is the thing about Hunter is, since I've known him, he is the quintessential Star Wars nut. I mean,
yeah.
if you get him on like a certain series, he's like, "Oh, you remember this?" And I mean, some of our conversations are all about the dialogue and what happens in each episode.
Yeah.
He'll be a good reader. He's got a good memory, and he probably got a good imagination too.
Cool.
Honestly, Hunter, there's a couple of book series that I could recommend to you that you'll.
I know that Natso recommended the Republic Commandos, I think.
I want you to read the X-Wing series first when I send it to you. You don't have to, but that is what I would like.
Personally, I would read both because both are worth your time.
Yeah.
Read both.
X-Wing, if you want to learn about like awesome, like Top Gun style ace
Dog
fighter
fighting.
pilots.
Yeah.
Republic Commando, if you want to learn about like clone troopers with like a lot of life and culture and everything.
Read both.
Yeah.
But I'm saying I would like you to start with the X-Wing. That's my thing.
Yeah.
Actually, if he's gonna start, there is a couple of starting points where he can advance from there.
X-Wing is the starting point.
If he wants to go chronological wise, I mean.
X-Wing is my starting point.
It's right. Website.
X-Wing is a good starting point.
Yeah.
But there are two others. There's obviously the Thrawn trilogy, and of course, you could start as far or as early as Truce at Bakura.
And don't forget about Wraith Squadron. That's a good like espionage pilot thing.
No, you don't start with Wraith Squadron before X-Wing.
No, you start with Rogue Squadron.
You don't start.
Follow it up with Wraith Squadron.
Yeah, you follow it up. Yeah, but it's a good follow up. Definitely.
No, JG. The thing is that Wraith Squadron is part of X-Wing.
Yeah, I know.
It is literally the same series. So
yeah. No, I understand.
You start with X-Wing. Let's not confuse things here.
No, you're right. No, you're right. No, I really liked the Wraith Squadron, that new thing. I really thought that was really great.
Oh, so did I. But we're talking about where to start.
Yeah.
That is not where to start.
Yeah. No, I know. I just had to throw that in. I just love Wraith Squadron. I love that arc.
Oh, I love it too. That it's just that is part of this. That's part of the whole of what I'm recommending.
Yes, okay. I've got you now.
I personally see that they're being too there's two beginning points into who the expanded universe if we're talking about moving forward from Return of the Jedi, and that's the Thrawn trilogy or the X-Wing series. If you're going to want to have a starting point for stuff that's before that, there are other people to talk to, like very possibly not so, that are going to be able to give you a better starting point than me, because what I watch and read is the post Return of Jedi stuff. So yeah, you don't have to go for what I'm telling you, but if you're going for post Return of the Jedi, it's either Thrawn or X-Wing, and I would suggest X-Wing.
I actually have read. It's not EU, I know, but I've read the Timothy Zahn Thrawn book.
Okay, I don't really care. I've been told it's good. I also know it's not going to be Heir to the Empire. So I don't really think that has much to do with what we're talking about. If it was written in the Disney era, it is not. It is after they nuked the expanded universe. So I kind of see that as okay, whatever. Not say that it's bad, just not part of the point I was making, because I was talking about entrance into the expanded universe. that's not me being dismissive about its quality, just that I saw it as not being in much to do with what we were talking about.
Yeah.
So yeah. So now we are 6 minutes in.
Oh my gosh.
Now, mind you, I do think that it's going to go a lot faster once action starts going, because action is fun, but while action is happening, there's not necessarily a lot to talk about every single moment, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got this, and one thing that I would like to say is that I did like the sound here with with just the kind of music that they had for the cantina. That was kind of cool. And there's the cowboy hat, if I remember correctly.
There's
right?
Dave.
Yep.
There is the man.
And I'll be nice and not go on to one of my Filoni rants.
Oh my god.
I don't like Filoni.
I figured.
Oh, but now if we're going to talk about nitpicks, he is delivered a communique. He has to ask the bar owner for a viewer. Shouldn't he have one with him?
It's like asking for
in real life. In real life, I actually I mentioned that I use a laptop, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have a $200 case that I put my laptop and my other shit to go along with it into, and I carry it along with me like a briefcase.
Yeah.
Shouldn't he carry something similar?
I mean, I guess they can have a phone pocket.
And then, shouldn't he have headphones? Because whatever might be on this might be classified. I mean, the other people in the bar may be his squadron. She isn't.
It's
yes, it's interesting. Yes.
What species is that?
I don't know. Or maybe she actually does have the level of classified stuff, because
and
because to be completely honest, it's in like a CIA place. There are Starbucks and stuff in some of those headquarters,
Yeah, I
and
mean the whole thing about.
and they might act. And the people that work there might actually need to be vetted and
I'm.
classified and shit.
I mean
So
the first DEA office was on top of a fucking strip club.
yes, but
So
you do kind of see what I'm trying to say though, that
yeah.
we don't is that none of us here knows what's on this thing, and he just brings it up, full audio, full visual, for everyone to see. Uh, yeah, it might not be a problem, but it just struck me as okay then. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And we
And
got
I
Seb.
actually did like this cameo, and I think that they did a good job with it.
I've never seen this
Are you
particular
talking about Zeb?
Yeah, I never
Yes.
seen Seb in such
Yeah,
a
yes.
rebel.
Again, like I'm 50-50 on this cameo, not because I think it's a bad thing. I think it's great. It works for Disney's current continuity. I like that Filoni's
It was
building his, because this is something authors in the EU did a lot, was that they built in their own personal sandboxes, and sometimes they would borrow characters from other stuff. I mean, this is all Dave's stuff, so of course he's going to add
yeah.
his characters and continue their storylines in another story.
As
It,
long
it,
as long as he's not retconning shit, I'm okay. But it's David retcon Filoni that pisses me off.
Yeah,
it was
I get
cool.
that. But
It was
I'll tell you this, like,
as long as he's not living up to his nickname, retcon Filoni,
yeah,
I
well,
don't care.
I call him what Matt Wilkins calls him occasionally, which is Dave Filoni. Uh, but basically, uh, basically, like with this Zeb cameo, I'm 50-50 because half of me is like, yeah, the CG is actually pretty decent. It's like video game quality. So I'm like, yeah, it's fine that he's a CG character. But the other half of me is like, they could have done prosthesis of this too.
I think it's
And
the first time we see.
here's the thing that it's important that I did point out earlier, that I don't pay tons of attention to graphics. I don't really notice it, to be completely honest.
I
So
think it's the first.
so when you point out that it's not prosthetics, that was CG, I actually didn't really notice one way or the other. So
I am going to say this, though. I'm hoping this series does better with Zeb's character because he doesn't have that much of a character in Rebels, and there was a lot of potential there.
But so what I'm trying to say is that I didn't really have any criticism because it didn't really even occur to me to think about. I was just like, oh hey, that's kind of cool, and he doesn't look clunky, so yay.
Well, one thing is, I think this is the first time we've seen him in actual rebel suit. We've never seen him because he was wearing like another sort of clothes in the rebel show. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So now we get to have hyperspace be instantaneous travel.
5 minutes, you're there.
Because Outer Rim to here, but apparently it's a problem to send somebody from the core worlds to the Outer Rim.
that beard.
And by the way, here's part of the reason why I was mentioning earlier that it just took Din and Bo in the air to take care of that. If they would have hell, his own squadron. If he took him and 4 X-wings, you think they couldn't have taken out that Corsair and the starfighters?
I think one small cruiser, like a Corellian Corvette, and like a small contingent of snub fighters could have easily taken out that Corsair.
Oh yeah, but I'd say that it might have been a close call, but they could have with his squadron. He probably could have too. But
Oh
he,
yeah, no, easily.
but of course they weren't releasing him, but they're claiming that oh no, we just can't get we can't get anything to you. But it's like, no, you could also release me on my own recognizance to do it too. So there's that too.
I'm
So,
actually a little
but,
surprised he didn't bring this up to a bunch of the X-wing pilots, and they didn't say, "Yeah, where are we going?"
honestly, to be completely honest, when he went to Mando, I kind of expected him to actually have him and at least a wingmate it fly with them.
Yeah, that would have been more interesting. Just
That's
at
actually
least if you, because
that
then they could say they could have like a PR thing, like the New Republic did something. It worked with like local forces to wipe out a pirate base
yeah.
under New Republic supervision, proving that the New Republic even looks out for small ports that aren't a part of it.
Yes. Yeah.
That could have
Exactly.
that could have been like an easy PR thing, but no.
Which is kind of what I thought that they're going to end up having to do. Like, sir, no, we can't free up anything to send to you. But if you really want to do something about it, feel free. And if you want to hire somebody, actually, not even if you want to hire somebody, but if you really want to do something with it with your own resources, feel free.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something like that, and be like, okay, we'll take care of it then, sir.
Exactly.
Sort of thing.
Yeah, and that makes sense with X-wing fighter pilots because they they do stuff like that. They do.
X-wing fighter. That's part of the thing that that having your own hyperdrive engine installed does. You can go wherever you want.
Yeah, exactly. It's in the tradition of Wedge Antilles and his little detours to take care of this thing.
Mm-hmm. Did I mention that I love X-wing?
Yeah.
Wedge Antilles is my favorite character, hands down.
Same here. I love Wedge. Yeah.
I've got other characters that I tend to mention when people ask what favorites because I love Jane and all that stuff, but Wedge Antilles.
Yeah, when it comes to pilots, he's my favorite. He's like my second favorite character of all the lore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, because he's authentic, and his everything about him is believable. Everything.
So Hunter, just so you know, Poe Dameron, some of the best traits of Poe Dameron were copied from Wedge Antilles. Just so
exactly.
You know.
Exactly.
Which is not me dragging on Poe. Poe is actually may be my favorite character from the Disney sequels. So I'm not dragging Poe when I say that. I'm just saying that that's where Poe took it from.
So when you go into the office, when the commander goes into the requisition office, pay attention to his jacket, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
As in the commander, he's requisitioning from.
No, it's the commander that's addressing the the requisition officer. You know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, when he goes in and tells him about what's going on. Yeah,
pronouns.
Yeah. Yeah. His jacket has patches, pilot patches, but look at that jacket.
Are we talking about the person that is coming to ask for help?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. That actually clears it up.
Yeah, the commander's squadron.
Yeah. The squadron commander, not the requisition officer.
No.
That's what I was asking. Okay.
The requisition officer was perfect. They casted him perfect because he always plays the best annoyed person. Like he's anything I've seen in him when he's just annoyed with everything. He's got the best facials and attitude.
Okay, so I didn't really see the stuff that you talked about on the jacket, but once again, I'm not the one to ask about graphical stuff. Okay. And he just shuts it down before he even gets to hear any of it. So, yay. And we do get to see one of the threads from the Not the Mando episode here, where she is actively shutting down the idea of helping Navarre. So that's kind of good to see, and she's probably got the position that he's listening to her, at least in part because of her because of her informant status. If that makes sense.
Yeah, because
Hello?
it sounds like
Okay.
it sounds like the requisition officer is new. It's like he's new to that position.
I don't think he's new to the position. I think that he is overwhelmed.
Yeah,
It
he
doesn't matter if
does.
he's new. It's that there's too many that they don't have enough requisition officers to
Yeah,
cover all the sectors.
he
So
seems
he's
very
being
perturbed.
so he's being asked to cover every sector.
It's like Outer Rim.
Hmm.
Jeez. If you look at that jacket, though, you get a chance to get close. If you look at the pockets, it's actually Indiana Jones jacket.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's really cool.
Which I wouldn't know that, but actually, one sec. I might be able to zoom in just so that other people could see. Zoom. Double. No, that didn't do anything. You said it was Zoom. You lied to me, VLC. You lied to me. Yeah, it's lied to me. Never mind. it must not work when you're on full screen. I'm just going to zoom into it, but yeah, I will take your word on it. But yeah, and I'm convinced that she is trying to is trying to do whatever she can to just keep him from doing anything to reinforce them, which does reinforce the idea that it it is linked, like the squadron commanders say.
Well, she's a known traitor to us, at least. She's a
No,
known traitor.
exactly. Which means that as she is trying to say, yeah, we shouldn't send things out there. We should just let things happen. It's like you have a reason for saying that because, like you say, she's a known traitor to us.
Yeah, yeah. We don't know if she executed that scientist or not, or if he's just a vegetable.
Yeah, well, I still think he is being brain fucked in different ways than you guys do, but
Yeah.
that's because I actually am still holding out hope for better writing from Disney than they've been showing us. Just saying.
Oh, it's a love-hate relationship with the writing, isn't it?
Yes.
It's like a bad relationship.
It's an abusive relationship.
Very much.
So let's focus on what you require. Well, okay. I'll tell you what I require so he can tell me what I'm not going to give. And I don't think I'm going to worry too much about the exact suit because I think we've already covered what's needed to be covered there. Am I right?
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Okay. So now he's saying, "Trust me, I've sent for help." Yeah, that's not where help's coming from. And here I was, it didn't occur to me that they had R4, and I was just like, "Oh God, did you guys manage to put to put a tracker on on Din's armor at some point? Because they never take their armor off. So if you get a tracker on one of these Mandalorians, it's there to stay.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
That's not what happened, but that's what I was thinking. Is like, if you get a tracker on one of these motherfuckers,
Yeah, and you can't rely on putting it on his ship because Din goes through ships like crazy, right?
yeah. But if you just spray trackers onto these Mandalorians, we will not remove our helmets.
Yep. Yep. It could be their undoing, right?
Yeah, like we've talked about before, just for other reasons.
My thought
Yeah.
is they snuck it on the fighter.
Yeah, I mean that was a possibility too. I'm just saying what went through my head. Now, what did happen was they put it on R4 because they knew R4 and R4 was just transmitting. But
By the way, I can't wait till we get to the helmet thing. That's all I'm going to say. It's going to be crazy.
R5.
Is that R5? I thought it was R4. My bad.
R4 is purple.
I thought they were calling him R4. My bad. Just because I know tech doesn't mean that I know all of your little designations. I'm joking. Also, this thing is the courage of this guy. He knows that if he had shown that if he had asked for clearance, that they'd have left. But he lands knowing, yeah, if I had let them know I was coming, they'd have just left. But I'm landing asking for help, knowing that they would have gone, see ya. And he's just going, hi. You know what I mean? You gotta give this guy some credit for having the stones to do this. Granted, he does know that he did give Mando the task, but he doesn't know that Mando's the one that's in the sharpshooter position.
Yeah. Yeah.
He can trust that Mando's not going to shoot him at first sight, but he doesn't know anyone else won't.
Right. Right.
So stones to him for that. And then you got Paz Vizsla just walking up with his minigun, which he always has. Which I've bitched about that last episode. But yeah. Oh, by the way, have all of you actually seen the thumbnail for this stream?
I have.
Have the other two of you?
No, I haven't seen him yet.
It's great.
Okay, I think I might actually pull it up just to show.
It's kind of spoilery, but it's still good.
It's a spoiler, but I mean we've already watched it, so come on.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. If you haven't watched it by now, come on, really.
So yeah, one sec. Thumbnails. Okay, that'll work. Stop screen. Present. Share screen. So yeah, this is the thumbnail that I made for this stream. The minigun was actually useful.
Hey, you're supposed to put my head there. Just kidding.
No, you get to be there for the fact that you were spouting lore before. This is me spouting the fact that the minigun was actually useful. But
One
he was
must know
spouting.
before speaking. Oh, funny, interesting thing about that was somebody connected that to an old EU Boba Fett comic, Boba Fett Twin Engines of Destruction. I can't remember what Boba Fett said. I'd have to look up the comic panel, but it was very similar to what Paz had said, as well as did.
Is
Nice.
Hunter still here?
I think so. I just don't think he's talking a lot.
He put himself on mute. I'm assuming he's eating or doing something else.
Yeah. Okay.
But that wasn't me that muted him. He muted himself.
Makes sense. I'm kind of multitasking too.
I'm learning. I'm learning to mute myself. I'm learning.
Yeah, but the fact that he muted himself tells me that he's still here, but he might not be available right now.
Cool.
That's what I'm saying, because if he muted himself, that means he did it on purpose.
Yeah, because it's almost 1:00 a.m. where he is, so I was just wondering.
And honestly, anytime anyone needs to leave, there's nothing that I'm not gonna be upset.
Oh no, I stay for the long haul if I can.
Oh, I know, but I mean, like when CT was worried about that, and I was like, yeah, no, you can leave whenever you want. I'm gonna finish the entire thing, even if it means I get to monologue all of it. But I will never be upset with anybody needing to leave. That is never a problem.
Yeah.
I just prefer not starting it by myself. But if I need to finish it by myself, yup, I can do that. Anybody who knows me knows I can talk. You might have to deal with a stutter, but I can talk just fine. So yeah, just wanted to share that, just in case anybody hadn't seen the thumbnail for the stream we're actually on. The minigun was actually useful.
Yeah, I know Naza's going to show me them all. I can't wait to see the rest of them.
Yeah.
Oh my God! It's Miyagi. That's what happened to him. It's Miyagi.
That's kind of mean. The guy on Twitter is really nice.
I think I managed to get this going at like a speed going a lot. How slow did I get that going? Because
I do see girl Boba Fett there.
It's like just going.
There's like a girl in green armor there. I'm like, is that girl Boba Fett? What's next? Oh, Net's having issues again. That's why nothing popped up. That's why. Okay.
Oh, there goes Ned again. There he goes.
There he goes. He's the kitty. There he goes again.
I know, like, but his plan was 2 hours, and we're running into 2.5, and he hasn't even got to the end yet.
I forgot to plug my laptop back in. Oh, that's the problem. So he's got to reboot the whole thing.
Oh boy! Come on back, man.
I guess he couldn't multitask that detail. I'm just hassling them. Ugh, I do not like the fact that I have to read through more of Kara Holtz.
I just made a comment on that one. No. So you guys noticed there were no human pirates?
Yeah, you'd think he'd have at least one. Like, I get that it's probably a pretty diverse alien crew. Again, I get that you have like you have your Weequays and your Niktos and your Rhodians, but I didn't even see one human among his crew. There might have been. There might very well have been. We just didn't see them, and now we'll never know. To be honest with you, I actually prefer when the diversity in Star Wars is in universe because again, like when it comes to the human characters, I really don't like. I could give two crap. I could give two craps about the skin color of human characters because again, like I look at human characters and I go, oh, okay, another dime a dozen human character. Give me more aliens. Give me a sentient talking rhinoceros or a fish-faced man, please.
Just because I'm good at being able to multitask doesn't mean that when a new thing comes in that I wasn't expecting, that doesn't mean that actually enters my radar. So
I know. I'm just thinking like you could have like plugged in and reboot your laptop while you were talking to us.
No, that's what I was doing at that point. But the thing is that I'd forgotten that I had unplugged it to protect it from the surges.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So when the surges came, I went, okay. I unplugged it to protect my laptop, but then after the surges stopped, I forgot to plug it back in.
Hence my comment. Don't.
Yeah, exactly. Don't. I was like, wait, why did that go down? But not that. Oh shit.
So Evo made a comment. How come there was no human pirates? And I commented, well, maybe they're human phobes.
I mean, maybe.
They're human phobic.
Human phobic.
Mm-hmm.
These damned aliens are so human phobic.
These humans are blight.
Hey, you sound like the Mad Prophet Vegetarian from Omega in Mass Effect 2. Human, you are a blight. And you, and you, and you.
So honestly, I did find this to be a pretty good interchange. I do think it would have been nice if you'd been like, and if you do go to your friend, you can expect a little bit of help or something like that. Like, I'm just letting you know, but I do intend to help myself or something like that. You know what I mean? Because he wasn't told he couldn't help. That was not one of the things he was told. He was just told, yeah, we can't send you reinforcements. So he wasn't disallowed to help. And yes, Miss Brian, Bo-Katan took her helmet off. That is a thing. That will come up later. I know. So yeah, you guys are still here, right?
I ain't gone.
Okay, just making sure. With the shit I'm dealing with, I just want to make. I'm not really paranoid like that, but
I know, man. You didn't ask for a storm to hit, but it hit.
yeah. So I'm not really like, am I by myself? I don't know.
No, we're here. We're here. We're here.
Okay.
It's like all this uncertainty is driving him crazy.
I just made the comment when you were down. I go, Net originally planned this for 2 hours, and now we're going on 2.5 hours. And I go, this will probably be the longest one we have.
No, the longest one I had was 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Evo, they weren't weirdly cool. They were silently judging her until until the armor said, "Nah, it's cool, bro."
Yeah, they weren't cool with it. They were like, "What the fuck's going on?" But you're walking here with the armor, and
like
why?
you're walking with a blasphemer.
It's like the Pope walking with the person who has slain Jesus Christ right next to them, going,
No, it's like the Pope walking like right next door to a Satanist or something.
True. I was trying to think of I was trying to think of an action, like not just that they're
It's
but
Peter. It's Peter from Jesus' ministry walking
Yes.
right next to the Roman that stabbed him.
Yes, something like that, because it's the action. It's not
this
the
Roman
creed.
walks both roads. Well, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah, we've gone 4 hours and 15 minutes. When JJ, that was the first Mando episode, and I didn't plan this for 2 hours. I was just saying that I didn't expect it to be going really long. But
Oh
then
yeah.
then this happened. Ah.
Yeah, exactly. We'll press on. We'll power through.
Oh yeah, but also like I was saying, once the action starts, I do think it's gonna go a lot faster, because no matter how good the action is action. There's not tons to say. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah. Now, what I did like here, and this went from the stuff that just happened last episode. And this is why last episode is important, because Paz needed, our moron Paz needed to be, he's saved by Din. I keep on wanting to call him Boba, by the way. He's not Boba, but I think of him like that sometimes. So, yeah. And he's trying to convince them, and then we see Paz get up and start with the whole rah. Why should we fight? Why should we fight? And there really were two ways that this could go, and I did kind of like this. It's kind of obvious that it was going to go the direction of, but we're Mandalorians. We're going to do this. We're going to take the hard path. But it really still could have gone the other path, and
Right.
and have the people who were who want to go with him, and have a fracturing. That was a possibility. And since the possibility was there, tension was there. And tension, like those of you who've seen my bitching about Kenobi, is an important thing. Even if you're pretty sure, but not completely sure, the tension is there. And tension is one of the things that leads to you actually watching and being interested.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know what I mean? And this sort of thing is something that I'm going to be mentioning when it comes to the fights that's going to be coming up.
Well,
I like that Paz said the exact thing that I said. He says, "Why should we do this?" And I said, "Because you're Mandalorian." And immediately after, "Because we are Mandalorians."
Exactly. Our Nazo and I we laughed so hard. We looked at each other. It was crazy.
Like, if you're real Mandalorians, you will not only relish the possibility of getting your own place, but you will relish the challenge of killing a pirate scum. This is what it means to be Mandalorian, to fight for a worthy cause. This is what the Res Nare is all about.
And Morgas Ring, I've seen I've seen at least a few other people have this take. I've not really seen anybody back this up with why they say it, but that's because I haven't really looked. I saw it before I saw the episode, so I haven't looked into people's reasoning for this being the worst episode. I completely disagree. This is the best episode of this season. You're welcome to think it's the worst, but if you haven't even watched it, watch it before you decide before you decide you think it's the worst. That's all I have to say on that. If you
Well,
watch it, if you
I
watch
agree.
it and think that,
I
then
agree.
fine.
Yeah, I agree.
But
In order to move forward, you got to change gears, and that's all I'll say about that one.
and this is coming from somebody who has been bitching about the first 4 episodes of Mandalorian. I have not been friendly. You know what I mean?
This is true. This is true.
I'm pissed if I made my whole life. This chick just can't get the pass. Well, we'll get to that. That I'm gonna wait to comment on until we get to there. But honestly, I don't mind if somebody's watched it and says that that's the worst episode. But if you're gonna say it's the worst episode, watch it because I know he's watched the others. Now, I'm not gonna say that you need to watch anything to make a comment, but if you're gonna say worst, that's a value judgment, which means that you're judging it based on other things. You know what I mean? Just saying it's bad. Sure, you can decide it's bad based on a synopsis and stuff. But saying it's the worst, that kind of makes me think that you need to actually watch it. That's that's my perspective at least. So yeah, because we're Mandalorians, and honestly,
You know he's
if didn't hadn't put out the fact that yeah, and by the way, he's offered me a tract of land for us to actually live on. That we're not just us needing to run from place to place to place. For us to be Mandalores in the light and respected. If it weren't for that, it would be like, It's like, yeah, this isn't just let's protect my friend. It's let's get a better future.
That's exactly right. I was thinking the same thing. They've got to have
In other
somewhere
words,
to launch from.
they're doing what Mandalorians do best: winning a future for their children.
Yes. So yeah. Oh, and as a little bit of a quote unquote spoiler, and I was tempted to use this, but since I had the thing with the minigun, I used that. I really liked seeing her use the hammer and tongs as weapons. They're not just armorers implements.
No, she used them as far back as season 1, if I recall.
I know, but well, I think she used them, but she didn't use them in quite that.
Well, let me tell you something. That in the hands of a Mandalorian, even a
Anything is
common
a weapon.
tool
No,
is a
trust
weapon.
me.
Yes.
No,
Their
that's
bare
not.
hands are weapons.
This is not news to me. I'm saying I liked seeing it.
No, I get it.
This is not news to me. I liked seeing it happen.
Yeah, but that's why they're so elite. I mean, that's why they're so good and so elite. Is they're always honing their skills, everything. I mean, they're like the ultimate warrior class, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, this is also a little minor thing. I did kind of like her hammer being the talking stick. I have the talking stick.
I have the talking stick. It's my turn with the talking stick.
Yes. No one else can talk. I have the talking stick. Except for the Mandalorian, it's I have the talking hammer.
Well, I can
That
kind of
amused me.
understand why the hammer is the instrument of it because that's the thing they use to carve the Beskar. So
Oh, of course, and I actually really liked it, but that's part of what made me so amused because it fit, but it was also, it was also the we're passing around the talking stick, but no, we're passing around the hammer. And Yivo, she didn't take her tools in the battle for some reason. Those are her tools. Okay, so you do understand that she's for everything. When you say for some reason, I thought he was disparaging it. Yeah, she, she's just that she's just that attuned to her tools that she's going that's what that is what her weapons are. So yeah, I so my mistake. When you said some reason, I thought you were disparaging it. So yeah. And that's one of the things I love. It's like she just goes like, whoom, bum, 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 bam, bam. If it's good enough to carve Beskar, it's good enough to cave skulls in. Right?
what was the question?
Okay. What?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
There wasn't a question. I was just responding to Yivo in the chat.
Oh, okay.
He would say that she took her battles her tools in the battle for some reason. And then he said she uses it for everything. And I was like, well, yeah. Her tools are her weapons. That's how attuned she is to her tools. That's all I'll say. So yeah, the armor's hammer is the talking stick. And I saw many brothers and sisters die to produce this one tiny foundling, which we already know how they feel about protecting foundlings. And since he's actually willing to refer to Grogu as a foundling, already tells us what things we need to know about where this is going. Because
Kinda, yeah.
he wouldn't have referred to Grogu as a foundling if he was getting ready to say, fuck this. You know what I mean? It would have been this one tiny outlander.
Fuck this Jedi kid. All my Mando homies hate Jedi kids.
Yeah. But this one tiny foundling, yeah, guess what? We're willing to sacrifice all of us to save a foundling. This is the way. Which is funny because it seems like the rest of the Mandalorians did not catch that. They're like, "Rrr." They did not catch that. Wait, we should be arguing with you right now. You know what I mean? Because if you think about this, should be like, wait, no, of course we're willing to sacrifice for a foundling. You know what I mean? Which didn't occur to me while I was watching it. Which also says something good about the delivery, because my little nitpick there didn't occur to me while I was watching the speech. So that's good on them. Is why should we? How did I get this to go on slow mo? Jesus Christ! I'm not sure how it got to go on slow mo. That's annoying.
Hmm.
And I've done it before, but it's been a while since I've played with that shit. So, and I just wanted to get the thing of them saying the Mandalorian. Well, we know what it says because we're Mandalorians. And we go back to what happened the episode before. And Mando and Bo go like, "Oh, thank God!" Right?
Oh, he's
Like,
with
oh,
us. Oh, cool.
yeah. It's like we thought that we were just about to lose it. Oh, cool! Whoa!
There was actually a nickname for Paz Vizsla early on in the show when he didn't have a name.
What
Everyone
was the
called him
nickname?
Ham,
Yeah. Oh God.
heavily armored Mandalorian.
Okay. Which fits because he's always got the friggin' minigun. I mean, I do like energy miniguns. They're fun. But dude, it's not always the thing to have with you. You know what I mean? Now, mind you, when you do have a jetpack you can use, it's not that big of a deal. Use it. But then you have an episode like last episode
You
where
never
you're
know though. He could have
specifically
honed for years just to use the minigun.
yes, but then you have an episode like last episode where you're specifically told no jetpack. Uh, the jetpack's why I can use it so well. No jetpack. I'm gonna bring it with me anyway. Why? Because it kills the. If you shoot it, your son dies. I'm still gonna bring it with you, but I'm still gonna bring it with me. Then don't come.
To be fair, Ned, they all brought their jetpacks. They just didn't use them.
No, I'm talking about the minigun, which only makes sense for him to bring if he has a jetpack he can use, and if the minigun itself would possibly be useful. I'm saying all factors are against bringing the minigun, not
Oh
one or
yeah.
two. All factors. And Yivo, I am fine with her using her tools for everything, but the tank guy can't use his big ass gun in a situation where we are told that if he uses it, his son dies. So yes, yeah, I'm fine with him not being able to use his big ass gun. What if he uses it, his son dies? I'm funny that way. They made that explicitly clear. Am I wrong?
Not really. No.
Loud noises will make it kill your son. Lol, I'm gonna bring my minigun.
You
Now,
know,
if it's
you could make it. You could make a soy jack. You could make a soy jack Chad meme where the soy jack is Bo-Katan saying, "No, you can't bring the minigun. It'll kill your son." And then Paz, you can make the Chaz Paz saying, "Minigun go." brrr."
yes, I really hated Paz last episode. That he
Ragnar.
he was my biggest thing that made me want to just hurt things last episode. Which is like, why? There's so much that was actually pretty decent about last episode, but I had him. When your Beskar hammer ever problem looks like a nail.
JG's like, what part of stealth do you not understand?
That too. Actually, my biggest problem there is, what part of discipline don't you understand? That was my problem with Paz. What part of discipline don't you understand? I thought discipline was your creed.
Consider his family tree.
I don't care.
Consider his family tree. You tell me if there was any real discipline among his other family members between Paz and not Paz, sorry, between Prey and Tor Vizsla.
Okay, first of all, I don't know any of that. Second of all,
Okay, Prey
there's
Vizsla
nurture
was.
versus nature. How much nurture has touted discipline in?
I'm just gonna clear it to you because I know a bit about the Vizslas because of, again, watching TCW and reading the Jango Fett Open Seasons comics. They don't understand the meaning of the word discipline. All right, Paz is a miracle.
Okay, then what?
I'm telling you right
now.
Paz is a miracle. There's a miracle he's listening to the armor, considering his family's history.
Yeah. So what I was going to say there is, if the nature is so much going past, it's so much of writing the nurture. There's no way he grew to adulthood with this level of insane discipline that we've seen them doing, and
Well,
has not
to be
broken the
fair,
creed.
the Children of the Watch, the only thing they see about Mandalorian culture, the only thing they seem to have gotten right is the the fighting and training and discipline portion of it. The thing that they don't have right is like the living as normal people.
I know, and I am just talking about it in terms of what they've been showing us.
I'm just saying, like, I feel like if Paz were to live as a normal person with the discipline, he might be kind of a dick.
Oh, he'd be a dick. And frankly, a lot of Mandalorians are dicks.
Depends on the Mandalorian, but I can see your point.
I said a lot. I didn't say all or a specific ones. I said a lot.
Yeah, but I do see your point about that.
But people can be dicks and also be very nice people. It's that you decide to hit them in the wrong spot. They're gonna say fuck off. And whereas Mandalorians are very are very clannish people, where they like to where they tend to get together and everything. If you offend one of them and go against what their personal code is, you might want to start running.
That
You know what I'm saying?
is not an inaccurate take.
Yes. You know more
Mandalorians believe
specific.
that there's nothing wrong with the universe they can't fix with their fists.
You know more about the Mandalorians from the interior of their culture. I know more about it from the exterior, from, say, watching.
Just understand that we're not always dicks, but we're also not always pushovers either. I mean, you really don't want me to go over the wording of Mandalore the Destroyer. Oh, we lost Ned again, didn't we? Because I can't even hear him. I'm guessing we're about to lose connection at some point with him. The fact that he hasn't responded.
I hope the weather didn't knock him out.
Honestly, wouldn't surprise me if it did. Like another tornado warning or something. Hang on. There's comments. You could have said not always dicks, but not always pussies either. That's if I was being more blunt. But yes, that is the more blunt interpretation. Yes, Mandalorians are not always dicks, but we're not always pussies. Since I have the floor, I might as well just do the. Hang on. I probably don't have the floor anymore. You probably can't even hear me. Dang it. Probably can't even hear me when I back out of the app.
No, I can hear you. Oh, Hunter's gone.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
That's what I said. Waiting for net to return. When you are a Beskar hammer, every problem looks like a nail. That is correct, Evo.
Whoa, I hope we didn't get completely disconnected.
If he were completely disconnected, then I think the stream would have died. Or he would have sent a message saying, hey, it can't continue. Yes, Evo, real quiet.
Yeah, you know, Evo, I thought it was going to crash into the city when we were going down. It looked like it was. That was weird. Yeah, he hasn't even sent a chat message or anything.
It's going to be a big connection issue. Checking comments. Oh, okay, just another evil one. Let me check Twitter. No, nothing from him there. He would have said something. Oy, 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 oy. Man, Iowa
At
is
what
fucking up.
at what point? At what point do you think that he's going to think the stream's gone anyway? Oh,
You know, I don't know. Oh, here we go. I might have to end it. I'm sorry. One sec. I may be able to do so from my phone. Okay, so he might end the stream just depending on what technical difficulties happen. If he can, if he can get it working on his phone.
Can you hear me? Sure.
he's back.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just doing this for my phone now. So we're not going to get any more visuals.
I kind of figured that.
Okay. So I don't want to leave this unfinished. So we are going to finish this damn thing.
Yeah.
You may have noticed I'm kind of stubborn.
No, I understand.
So yeah, sorry about that. Just what the fuck's with the weather?
It happens,
the,
dude. Unexpected technical difficulties, sometimes
well,
due to weather.
well, yes, but it started literally at the same time as the stream.
Yeah.
Like there was nothing happening until the stream started. So yeah. So yeah, sorry about all of this.
Maybe the weather was mad because you didn't invite the weather to the stream.
Yeah. Okay, so even if you guys don't have it, I still have my visual in front of me. So yeah, and now we've got what?
I think I remember the pacing of the episode, so it's not even a problem.
Yeah, because we're just about to get into the actual action, which what I was talking about that I thought was gonna be the part that would go relatively quickly. So we've got Bo-Katan and giving them the tactical briefing, which I thought that she was being a bit condescending, going, so you guys gonna be in this tactical outfit, and if you follow orders, things should go well. And I'm like, okay, you're kind of the newbie outsider, and you're taking tactical control of them. this.
Hey, they respect authority when the Mandalorians respect authority if it's from their own.
Yeah, but she's only barely their own. Is kind of the point I'm making.
To quote,
Yeah, but she's from House Kreese, though. She's from
to
House
quote
Kreese.
Mandalore the Destroyer, we have no lords or leaders, so you can't destroy our command.
Okay. It just seemed to be like she's the newest to come in, and suddenly I'm going to command all of you, and I'm going to kind of subtly imply that you don't know how to be part of a unit unless I tell you to be part of a unit. The way that she did the commanding kind of seemed like she was making some subtle digs at them.
Maybe.
Which, this is Bo-Katan. She's not been the biggest fan of the Death Watch. So I don't think it's that far out of place for her to just have some subconscious, I'm better than you vibes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the fact that they all just kind of went along with it was like, okay then. Now, something that and this is this is something that is an overall actual good thing about this battle. I thought in the past fights, it's been like, well, I felt no tension because, yeah, we've got Bo-Katan and we've got Mando in the air against all these other people. We know nothing's going to happen in seriously to Bo-Katan or Mandalorian. So I felt no tension.
Yeah,
but
plot armor.
But here's how you deal with that. You have these guys fighting to save a city that we don't know if it's going to be saved or not. So we're not focused on.
I felt the exact opposite. I felt it was a cakewalk. You know, it's that the pirates were corpses walking.
To a degree, yes, but still, we don't know. It's not like it's not like what I've talked about with Kenobi or the other stuff of literal plot armor that we actually know that that Din is fine, that Bo-Katan is fine, that Grogu is fine. We don't know that. It is possible for Navarre to be harmed. I don't think that they would blow it off the map, but we don't know how much damage it's going to take. There actually are stakes, and those are stakes that we have not had in this season of Mandalorian up until now. It's always been about.
Yeah, I can see what you mean because again, none of these characters appear in the sequels, so they all could very well be expendable.
Yeah, and the city doesn't appear in the sequel either. So them fighting to protect the character, the fighting to protect the characters or the city, the things that they're fighting to protect don't have plot armor. So if our focus is on the things that don't have plot armor, tension can exist. So that's part of why I liked this, because I didn't know whether or not when they crashed the Corsair, if it was going to crash into the main part of the city or not. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly what you were saying, and I was.
I part of me thought that the ship was going to crash into the city because of how overhead it was.
And that's what I'm saying. You actually thought of it as a possibility, right? This is exactly my point. There was tension.
Yeah,
because
there was tension in that regard. Like
Yeah.
I knew the pirates were as good as dead, but like
Oh yes, the pirates were as good as dead, but how much damage were they going to do before they died?
I thought they might turn the city to smoldering ash.
100%.
Potentially, at least.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. It's that since our focus wasn't on, it wasn't on, are the characters that we know have plot armor, are they going to survive or not? Because that's where the focus typically has been on when they've been in these fights. It's like, well, yes, they're going to survive. It's fine. This time, it's, are they going to manage to save the city that they want to save? And we don't know if they can do that. We don't know if the suicide maneuver at the end is going to just kill everybody. Not our people with plot armor, because they're in the air. I mean, keep in mind, all the other Mandalorians are on the ground. The people who have plot armor are in the air. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're actually
not every bit of people with plot armor are in the air. Some were on the ground, but yeah.
Most were in the air, and the people who were on the ground could have dived and could have dived into a crevice and survived.
Yeah.
You
I thought it was a good tactic over the city, so they can't be shot down, but then they just shot it down anyway.
Well, yeah, you know what? We didn't know if Grief was going to make it out of it either. Grief Karga, we didn't even know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because actually, Grief Karga does not have plot armor. He is not one of the people that is required to live for the show to commence. That could have had its own spinoff. And yes, Eva, you're not wrong about hovering over it, and that, but just because it's over there doesn't mean it's going to destroy everything. If it was a full-on Star Destroyer, it would have. Don't get me wrong, but yeah. But that did bring tension, and frankly, when it came down, there should be devastation. And am I the only one talking?
No.
Okay, just making sure.
No.
I'm just being really quiet.
No, it's fine. Just remember, I am feeling paranoid with the way that all this shit's been going.
I know.
No, I get it. For all you know, Dad and I could have just been cut off, and you're like, "Where is everybody?"
Exactly.
Yeah, you know what? It was convenient that it crashed behind that huge solid rock.
Yes. Now,
he said, "We did it, Patrick."
Yeah, pretty much.
It's yeah. We saved the city.
I am not going to claim that this is not a bit of a contrivance, because it is, that they managed to make that work. But contrivances happen. You know what I mean? And this may be a little bit of me admitting that current Lucasfilm Disney has brought my expectations down, because yeah, that's part of their thing. They lower that bar. I was okay with this because overall I at least felt tension. Which I haven't until now. So yeah.
And that's something. Yeah, definitely. I at least had fun with this episode for sure. Like,
oh yeah.
Like most of the episodes, like, you know, it was just kind of like, you know, yeah, that was okay, I guess.
And I kind of wish that I could show the freeze frame with the freeze frames with the minigun actually working, since I made that part of my thumbnail.
Yeah, but we'll bottom line that. Basically, Paz Vizsla shows up in the city and he beasts a bunch of pirates with a minigun.
Yeah, and he continues to do so, and then after he needs to go to cover, we get the armor getting behind the enemy lines.
Using the tools of her craft to murder more pirates.
Yep. And if it's good enough for Beskar, it's good enough for Skulls.
Well, clearly,
Yes.
we're talking about objects that carve Beskar. My guess is that even though she said you're not allowed to use weapons of Beskar, my guess is that hammer is Beskar, and she's just not telling anybody.
Actually, you may be right, but not necessarily, because you don't need to use you don't need to use a diamond weapon to carve a diamond.
True, but it always helps.
Not necessarily. Sometimes that's too much. Actually, you need to know where to hit. So, sometimes that diamond point might actually be too much. So no, I'm not going to say that those are Beskar, and especially if she did. Now, mind you, I will admit that I've bitched about her hypocrisy because she's okay with the Darksaber because the Darksaber is made out of Beskar and it's a weapon, but that is a artifact. So just because I say that she's being a hypocrite doesn't mean that I'm saying.
Wait, did she flat out say that the Darksaber was made out of Beskar?
I don't remember if she said it was, but I know that it is.
Hold on, I gotta look this up because I really don't think the Darksaber is made out of Beskar.
It is. This was something that I looked up at the time because this was something that actually pissed me off at the time because she was talking about how because it's that
you're right.
Yes, but she was okay with it, right? But she wasn't okay with the blade.
No. We melt the spear, but no, you can't. The lightsaber's okay though.
Okay, yeah. It's that I remembered my anger. I didn't remember all of my sources for looking it up, but I remember my anger on it. But this is not me saying that she is a bad character for it. It's me saying that she is actually a in-world hypocrite. Because she's okay with one thing but not the other. But the reason why she's okay with the one thing is because she's okay with it as it being an artifact. But she's not okay with the other thing because we don't make weapons of Beskar, so we don't use them.
To quote John Locke from Lost, I'm beginning to think you just make up these rules as you go along.
Well, that is Filoni. You realize that, right?
Yeah, I know. But like that's like the type of frustration that people get because, again, I know Mandalorian culture. I know what it's like from the Karen Travis books.
But this particular one, just looking at it from a real world perspective, I don't have a problem with. When I criticize it, I'm criticizing her character, not the creation of the character. If that makes any, not the writing of the character. Does that make any sense?
No, I get it.
But because it makes sense to me that that the artifact of your ancestor is grandfathered in and is okay, but because the Beskar is the holy substance, only that is the only exception. So, so she's okay with that, but she wouldn't be okay with that spear. But now, if she was okay with her hammer being Beskar and used as a weapon, at that point, I would stop excusing it as okay. She's a hypocrite in the reasonable manner. I would actually start criticizing the writing of the character. Does that make any sense? Because it starts flip-flopping too much.
No, I kind of see what you get. So the Darksaber is kind of allowed because it is an ancient artifact of the people.
Yes,
but
which if you remember, I am also I am also convinced. Keep in mind that lightsaber is inhabited by the spirit. So don't forget my headcanon on that.
Yeah, I still don't see it as a possibility, but it's Filoni, so that something that stupid could get pulled out of his ass. So
Well, not okay. When you say that's stupid, that actually follows shit from the original expanded universe. You realize, right?
imbuing objects was a Sith technique, though.
Sith and Jedi are not so far apart.
Aside from being on the opposite sides of the Force, yeah, you're kind of right.
And both sides use the same basic things. And I've already gone over this. The Mandalore Jedi was not your typical Jedi, right?
Yeah,
He was not
though
going to
I'm a
be.
little surprised he didn't fall to the dark side. He must have had tremendous patience.
Oh, yeah, I forget. You're one of those people that just completely shits on the idea of gray, as in at all.
Well, I believe you yourself told me that if a Jedi tried to balance those two sides of the Force, they would literally go insane.
I said that they would probably. And when I say probably, I mean other than in almost anyone. I do think that there is the exceptional person that could do it.
Most actual definitions of gray Jedi are mavericks within the Jedi Order.
I actually
That
don't care about most people's definitions because the reason why I say that is because I actually agree with the he people who say I don't like Grey Jedi because it's the people because typically it's the people who like the idea of the Grey Jedi are the people who are on a power trip because
Yeah.
because they want all of the benefits with none of the drawbacks.
pretty
That
much that's kind of my problem with it.
and that I agree with, but just like all generalizations, it is stupid. It means that there is no middle ground.
With
For
individuals, yeah, there's a middle ground. With the Force, not really.
now, with the Force, which is always individual, there's middle
And the
ground.
Force is
Oh
energy and life forms. It's not
no,
one
okay.
individual.
So when Anakin goes from light to dark, did he snap from light to dark, or did he transition?
He transitioned through manipulation. Yikes, we just lost Ned again.
Oh, we almost made it. We almost did. Yeah, usually I have the technical difficulties more often
Yeah,
than
this
everybody
is
else.
kind of freaking me out.
Well, that's that's pretty bad weather that he's dealing with.
It's got to be
You know,
bad weather because he's not again. He's normally got better. Yeah, I think Net might end the stream. He
yeah,
literally said "fucking hell" in the comments. Net, I wouldn't blame you if you had to end the stream now. We can wrap it up easily by saying this was like the best episode of the season so far, with some problems.
yeah. If you want to call it, go ahead and call it.
Well, there was. I will mention because if Net has to call it, then I will mention that last bit that happens after Navarro was saved, because that raised a bunch of questions. Exactly what's going on.
Yeah, that was a big thing. That was really big. The end right there towards the end. The whole hell. Oh
Yeah,
my
hang on.
God.
I think I'm gonna end this. But I'm going to set up a Grey Jedi discussion. I'm gonna bow out from that because I'm not ready for an in-depth debate there. But yeah, basically, last final bit of the show of that episode was basically the pilot guy. I keep forgetting the character's name, but he finds Moff Gideon's shuttle. Looks like Moff Gideon escaped, and then he finds Beskar lodged in. So I'm wondering where this is going to lead. Are they going to try to Din's clan, or is this going to lead to dark troopers made out of Beskar or something? And what's the connection potentially? Because they're leading up to Thrawn. They can't stop it at this point. They can't help themselves. They're leading up to Thrawn. Oh, Net's back.
Hello.
Oh, there he is. Oh, there he is.
Ah. So pissed off.
It's not just your computer connection too; it's your mobile connection.
Yeah, it's both of them.
The weather's messing with the towers and all that crap, probably.
Yeah, exactly. It first hit the cable, then it's my cable is still completely down. The only thing that's giving me anything is the mobile.
Wow.
So yeah,
that's crazy.
So yeah, do you think we can just finish this up?
I'm good with it.
Can we go?
That's
to
why
the
I brought up the last bit.
Yeah, because that's what I was actually trying to speed through, because I actually went through about 15 minutes within about 2 or 3 minutes with our action thing there. So let's keep going.
Yeah, can we skip to
the questions at the end of the episode? Just
Yeah.
It does have me curious because again, the first couple of episodes, I didn't think the plot was actually going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now seeing the Mandalorians rehome for now, I actually do like, and them actually willing to be out in the open, because just one person seeing them, they're like, oh shit, and now they're like, okay, this is our land, we have a home base now, which I think is good.
No, it's actually great that and again the whole thing of Mandalorian culture is I did like what Grief Karga says, you may not have a home world, but you do have a home.
Mm-hmm. Which I think that this might be part of why the armor is what was willing to be like, yeah, take off your helmet, because I think in her mind it may have been the entire thing of the covert is we must, even though it's been talked about this is how it's always been, I think what it may have been is emblematic of we must be in hiding. We must at all times be in hiding.
I get it. It's like we must be in secret until we find a place that's ours.
And I still see this as a bit of a retcon, but they're hanging enough of it on what they're doing that that the retcon doesn't bother me, partially because it's a retcon I wanted.
Yeah, well,
but it kind of works. It kind of works.
Navarro is actually a pretty great place for them to live.
But the thing is that what I say the thing about the retcon is that I don't like retcons, but sometimes they're needed.
Oh yeah, no, of course.
Yeah, but if the retcon were just thrown in, that
like
would be a problem.
Unnecessary retcon. It's the difference between an unnecessary retcon and a necessary retcon.
No, not unnecessary. I'm saying if it were just done. With this, there's a stimulus being put in. The stimulus is that they have a home. They no longer need to hide from everybody. So there is a stimulus.
What I was getting at is because Navarro is the way it is. It's a free trade port. The Mandalorians could pretty much get whatever they needed from all the local trade that happens there. Food, supplies, occasionally weapons if they can, if Grief allows it. And basically,
actually, you know, the Second Amendment, the way that we talk about Second Amendment should be, we should all be allowed to have nuclear weapons. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that Grief Karga is going to be extending 100% Second Amendment privileges to the Mandalorians. They are now the Planet Defense Force. Here,
yeah, that's what I was getting at.
You want weapons? Have anything.
Because they pretty much live there rent free of charge. Grief Karga is going to depend on them to be the law and order of that place. So if anybody comes around to screw with Navarro, guess what? That screws with potential trades that the Mandalorians could have for weapons and supplies. And they're like, yeah, no, you're screwing with our neighbors and the magistrate. You have a problem with him. You have a problem with us.
Yeah.
I was going to say
this is what he wanted from. This is what he wanted from Din, except magnified.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Basically, he doesn't have one marshal.
He wanted Din.
Police force.
Yeah. He wanted Din as the marshal. He couldn't, in his wildest dreams, have imagined having about 40 of Din.
Yeah.
With them actually
more than 40, but I see your point.
I don't know how many there are. I'm just generalizing to the amount we actually saw. But just like Din, except 40 times as many, and Din is going to still be flitting around. These guys are going to be homebodies.
Yeah. But yeah, that's basically the point, because you know whatever the high magistrate says goes when it comes to rules of, as you know, whether or not people can screw with anybody. So again, if another pirate or God forbid, another Imperial Remnant group tries to roll in, the Mandalorians are right there, and they're going to be like, yeah, no, get out.
Also, since we didn't go through the actual fight, which was a large part of this episode, what I want to also say is we got to see the Mandalorians kicking shit and taking names.
Yeah, and compared with the previous season where it was simply implied that it happened.
And compared to the previous episodes whereas I didn't have that big of a problem with them having an issue with the alligator beast. Other people did. This was definitively, don't fuck with the Mandalorians.
Just figuring that out now, are you?
Yeah. Well, not me, but you know what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah. That's a general rule in the galaxy, both it seems in this current canon as well as in the EU. Don't fuck with the Mandalorians.
But they weren't showing that before. They actually were showing the Mandalorians as being somewhat buffoons at times.
Yeah, a little bit, and I'm embarrassed to see that.
Right. I mean, I think you'd be more upset about that than me.
I definitely was. That's
Yes.
why I was so confused by this convert and
So,
this
so,
again the stupid helmet rule.
so that's why I wanted to point this out that that it needs to be pointed out that this episode just took about and unlike the other episode where I actually had timings on it because I was so annoyed by the not Mando shit, but I think it was like a full 20 minutes of kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah, it
and
was a good amount of the episode. So
and the thing that makes it really good is that they didn't turn them into a full-on stampeding force. They moved forward. Then they had problems. Then they had a person like the armorer go behind the lines, take care of the thing that was doing the covering fire. Then they kept going. It's not that they had a full-on march because that's not realistic.
that's the way Mandalorians are. Is that they're
Well, yes, but my point is they made it realistic. They didn't turn them into super soldiers. They turned them
yeah.
into the you do not fuck with these platoons
You might
because
feel differently if they rode in on Basilisk war droids, but you know.
yeah, yes, but you get what I'm trying to say. If they turned them into super soldiers, that also wouldn't have been good.
Yeah, maybe a little. Yeah.
Maybe a little. No, that would have turned them into something that they weren't. Because we bitch about Din being covered in plot armor and all of the bolts being magnetized to his Beskar, right?
Yeah.
You don't want them to be nothing can harm them. We just keep going forward. Arrgh. You don't want that. You
I
you don't
want
want that.
what I want is the occasional casualty, but they still keep moving forward.
Which is literally what just happened. And that's the point that I'm making. It wasn't just
I do see
the
your point.
yeah, and unlike so many times where I have problems with them, and that's why I want to linger on this because I don't have a problem with this. They did it well.
Well,
And I
again,
want
this
to
is the example I like to point to.
yeah, and I
when
want
you see
to
Mandalorians at their best.
and I really want to linger on the fact that Disney, I think, did this well because
Yeah,
so
no, they
often
did.
I bitch about them not doing it well. So instead of okay, I spend 10 to 20 minutes bitching about them doing it badly, and then I just hand wave, well, they did it good. And then I move on in 30 seconds.
No, I hear you. No, this is actually
So,
an instant to praise them because in this
yeah,
regard, at least, because again, this was a time they actually did Mandalorians justice. Because
exactly.
this is how Mandalorians act. This is how they are. They're a warrior race.
Yep. And we should not, and if we want to be fair, we should not be of the mind when they do badly, we spend tons of time bitching at them. But if they do good, we just hand wave it away. We shouldn't do that.
No, I agree. Honestly, if the show were like this more often, there wouldn't be many complaints.
Exactly. And that's kind of what I'm trying to say. And that's why I wanted to linger. I wanted to linger on praise instead of just lingering on criticism.
I completely get what you're talking about. This again, this entire time, like that entire sequence was like the first time in the entirety of season 3 that I was actually like super excited to watch how it was going to go down. And
I'm so pissed off that I lost connection and I can't actually show it.
I know
because I really wanted to actually linger a little bit. I intended to go relatively quickly through the action scenes, but I did intend to linger on. Look at what they're doing. Good. This is good. This is good. Good here.
You know what you
good
should
here.
do is once you get your connection back, do a little follow-up clip of this, and just say this is what we want to see.
That's not a bad idea. Just kind of put something together with just a video of just of just a clip of good here, good here, good here sort of thing. Not
kind of
and,
a recap,
and
kind of a recap intro.
And kind of keep myself from trying to be too perfectionistic about it, because like I was mentioning with Hunter, I get a little bit perfectionistic when doing videos, which is part of why I don't do a lot of videos, because I get kind of hung up.
Did you guys see? Did you guys see the progression at the end on how you could see them, especially with the armor. You could see them turning a corner in the way they do things as the Mandalorians,
Yes.
the watch, and you could see them turning the corner, and you could see the setup of Bo-Katan becoming the leader.
Yep.
I definitely saw the setup there. And honestly, again, if Bo-Katan's starting
actually, no. Here's the thing: I didn't see a setup for her becoming the leader. I actually saw the armor, at least in private, making her the leader.
Yeah,
she may not have told everyone else that's what's happening, but the armor actually did just cede authority to Bo-Katan. She didn't.
She made it public.
She said, "You are the one to unite us. You are the one to lead us." She didn't tell everyone else. What she told everyone else is that she walks both worlds and she'll bring the rest back. But in private,
she'll be leading us.
But in private, she just told her, unless I misread it, that
no, you didn't.
And actually, now that I think of it, since I don't have you guys is hooked in on here, I can actually play this. One sec.
Just the sound bite?
No, actually, I'd have to have my other headset on to hear it, so never mind. But yeah,
what I appreciated about that, how it turned the corner, and the whole thing, that I think that was kind of a symbolic thing, having Bo-Katan come out without her helmet on.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering if it harkens back to the older days where, when somebody took the helm of Mandalorian, they were seen by all. You know what I mean?
I see what you mean, but I don't think so. Not with the lore that they've given us here.
Could it be that the helmet role's going away, though? Could it be?
It may be going away, but the thing is that, keep in mind, in this, the armor has said that that in their path, it has always been the way to have the helmet on. So I don't think that this would be going back to something that the Death Watch would have. But
but what I'm saying is that by her coming out as a symbolism that she is still a Mandalorian, even though she does not have her helmet on. I have a feeling that they're turning a page there some way. They're going to adapt. I think they're going to adapt.
No, they're turning a page. You were saying something about hearkening back.
Well,
and what I was trying to say is that I don't think they're hearkening back to anything, at least not the armor intentionally doing that, because as in this lore, there wouldn't be anything to harken back to.
Yeah.
But turning a page, 100%. That is what is happening. They're turning a page. You're not wrong there. I'm just saying that they're not hearkening back to jack shit.
Yeah, because they're so the thing about Mandalorians is they're so symbolistic that I'm wondering if what she did is basically kind of tipping their hat about what's going to happen in the future. Maybe to let everybody know to be open.
Well, yes, that's where they're going.
Yeah.
That's
all I wanted to say about that. That was the big thing for me, the helmet thing.
Oh yeah, and actually, you might not have been here when I mentioned this to Natso, but I said it right at the beginning that something that quote unquote something was going to be happening at the end that was going to make Natso at least somewhat very happy. And this is what I was referring to. Because Natsu's been really upset about the helmet thing, which I've been too, but not so much more than even me. I just thought that was stupid, but not so in terms of the Mandalorian stuff. I just thought it was stupid to begin with on its face.
We watched it together. And when we saw that scene, we kind of looked at each other and go, "Oh, could it be?"
Yeah. and now to kind of address what Yivo said when he was saying, and when she came out just without her helmet on, and they didn't have a problem. It's like, no, they came out, and if she'd come out without the armor right next to her, it would have been almost the equivalent of shame, violent destruction, shame sort of thing. But she came out, but she came out with the armor right next to her, with the armor completely, walking, not with her arm around her, but she might have have had her arm around her, and then so it was clear that the armor was in support. So it was more, what the hell is going on here?
Right.
So nobody wanted to show support, but nobody wanted to show condemnation either, because as far as they knew, the armor was getting ready to do something bad to Bo-Katan, or something else. What's going on? You know what I mean? So
that's why her words were really important. The way she phrased it, I think she's letting them know. Look, we're gonna walk two paths with her. You know what I
mean? With what she said, she said she walks both our worlds, and she is going to bring the other exiles back to us. But here's the thing: if she's going to bring the only reason why they originally took Bo-Katan in was because Bo-Katan had gone into the waters of Mandalore, the mines of Mandalore.
Exactly.
But now she's taken her helmet off, and I want her to bring the other exiles back. Okay.
To the armorer, I think that was significant that she actually saw the mythosaur for some reason. That was significant.
Oh, completely. I'd actually forgotten to mention that part. And that she'd been kind of gnawing on the fact that Bo-Katan saw the mythosaur, and there's probably some prophecies that. And by the way, here's where the retcon comes in that actually works, because I was talking about this because I was talking about the need for the stimulus, and I'd forgotten about the mythosaur. So thank you. In the prophecies, which they have never shown us, which is important for this retcon. In the prophecies, there may be a passage of when the mythosaur returns to the Mandalorians, all things shall change. You know what I mean? But we don't have a copy of them ourselves, so we couldn't have seen that beforehand. But now, because after season 1, season 2, they've seen how much people really hate this friggin' helmet roll.
Oh yeah. From our mouth to God's ears, man.
And go, yeah, there's all these prophecies that we have not shown you the prophecies, so you don't know what's in them. Let's just quickly add a prophecy in that we didn't even envision to be there to begin with. But you'll never know. You would never prove that it wasn't there to begin with, because we never showed them to you.
That's the retcon.
Yes. And by the way, this is part of the reason why when writing a book, not to be 100% transparent with all of your behind the scenes details, not because you might need to retcon something, but because you might need to change course from what you originally were thinking. Does that make sense? In
Yes,
this
I
case,
think all great writers do that.
Yeah, in this case, I do still consider it a retcon, but because it was clear what they were going for. But it still exemplifies the principle I'm referring to. Don't share everything with the reader, because the reader doesn't need to know everything. Partially because if the reader knows everything, then you're locked into things that maybe you shouldn't have locked yourself into.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. You gotta keep people guessing and interested at all times.
So I'm not actually against the idea of keep some stuff away from the viewers so that you can change some things. I'm just saying in this case, I'm sure I personally think it's pretty obvious that they did change some things, but in
You could lose Ned again.
Yeah, he got dropped again.
I was kind of expecting that.
Yeah, we're almost approaching the record on this
What are we at, the
stream.
4 or 5 hour mark? Because I think
We're almost
we've gone almost 5 hours on the first episode. So
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I don't think he's gonna stick with it that long.
still waiting for another comment from him to see if he'll say, "Yeah, that's enough."
okay.
I'm assuming you're going to want to end it.
Well, yes, but I was literally at the last scene, so.
Yeah.
By the way, what happened there was that my phone decided it was overheating, so it shut down my internet.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. Ah! So yeah, we're at the last scene. I don't know how much of what I was saying was coming off there, but I this is the questions for that I think you mentioned that you wanted to get to. So, and we see the Lambda class shuttle, which is the same type that they flew in Return of the Jedi. So woo.
Well, to be fair, they had already used it back in season 2, so yeah, nothing new, but still, you know.
Oh no! I'm not seeing it as a callback. I'm saying I like seeing that type of shuttle because that's the type that
they
should
were
be
using
used.
that shuttle to carry Gideon.
Yes, I just happen to like that shuttle, so that's what the woo is for.
Yeah, no, Lambda class shuttle is cool.
Yeah, that wasn't any sort of a bad comment. I just like them. So we've got that, and it's almost like the Con Air flight where it crashes and everyone's dead except Moff Gideon, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And that didn't surprise me, but it'll be interesting to see what the Beskar fragment means. They're assuming that it means Mandalore, but keep in mind, first episode, we actually had Din being paid with Beskar by Moff Gideon's people. So them assuming that that's Mandalorians. No, not just because they had that. Part of what the Mandalorians have been doing is reclaiming Beskar.
Yeah, no. So it could be, potentially, it could. One of the suggestions I came up with, again, just a fan theory, Beskar Dark Troopers.
Very possible.
I mean, think about it. That's practically an indestructible Dark Trooper.
Yeesh. Yeah.
The other ones were already pretty tough. Maybe they were made of like Dunium or something like that, but. But yeah, like the concept of an indestructible Beskar armored Dark Trooper actually sounds terrifying.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to end it kind of on that. But if you would be interested, at some point I might like to have just a one-on-one with you and me, and just going over Grey Jedi.
That's not going to end well. But
we'll see. I'm saying between you and me, because we are friends, and neither of us is going to end up wanting to hurt the other at the end of it, even if we completely.
I'm just saying, I go by George Lucas's definition that the dark side is the imbalance.
No, I know, and I'm saying I have a lot of disagreements, and I typically stay out of. And things that I stay out of discussing on Twitter, because my disagreements have a lot to do with nuance.
I'll just say this: you can disagree with a brick wall, and it won't change the fact that it's a brick wall.
I know, but it could be interesting to actually have it out there.
Yeah, I know. In a sense, I agree.
This is not me saying that. Just to be clear, I'm not saying I want to have this discussion to convince you. I'm saying I would like to have the discussion out there.
Oh yeah, no, I get it, and there are an example or two from the EU that I think I can pull from. That
I don't even care
to
about.
Some degree, I'm just saying, to some degree, kind of supports what you say.
Yeah, and things that I don't even care about specific examples. I only want to talk about it in theory.
Oh, okay. So at some point we'll figure out a time to do it.
Yeah, it's not me trying to have at the end of it, you shall agree with me or I shall agree with you.
Yeah, no, I get it.
It's that it's a discussion that I have always 100% avoided on Twitter, because it is full of nuance, and at least my position is full of nuance. And nuance is the bane of Twitter.
Yeah, so, I can't help but agree with you there.
So when I see it come up on Twitter, I just look at it and I sigh. I sometimes do one of those forehead slaps, going and I move on instead of engaging. But I'd like to actually discuss it at some point and just have my position out there, but not on a monologuing thing. But
you want to get your position out there for the purpose of actual discussion, and not for the purpose of I'm right, you're wrong, screw you.
Exactly, and that's why I'd like to do it with talking to somebody, because I actually would like to have the pushback. I may sound like a bit of an ass when I'm pushing back myself, which I'll admit that I probably will.
Here's the thing. Like, I've gotten used to how you are. I know that even if you're kind of blunt and kind of harsh about things, there's no malice behind it.
No.
That's something I figured out about you. That there's no real anger or malice behind. It's just the way you are. I accept that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's why I'd like to do it with somebody that I know isn't going to be taking it personally.
Again, I hate to bring it up, but it reminds me of your argument with Joe as to why you won't watch TCW. It's like Joe was arguing with a brick wall.
Yes.
You can argue with the brick wall all they want, but it's not going to change the fact that it's a brick wall.
There are ways that he could. There are ways to actually have possibly convinced me, but the ways that he was talking, there are ways to argue with a brick wall.
It depends. You kind of have to be a little crazy to argue with a brick wall.
Well, you need to learn how to actually do things like tunnel beneath it,
or dig it out and build a door.
Yeah, there are ways to argue with it, but you don't argue with a brick wall by going at it head on.
Running into it, going like Reagan smash.
Yeah, and what was he doing? That's what he was doing.
Yeah, Family Guy bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like if you want to make it through a brick wall, either one, you have to have absolute super strength, brute force like Superman.
Mm-hmm. Or
that's one way to do it. Another is to tunnel in or around. Another one is to just build a door.
The term I was looking for were sappers. You need sappers. Because sappers were the ones that would go beneath and kind of blow it up from beneath.
No, I like to, no. At some point, maybe after we finish season 3 of The Mandalorian, we can discuss it.
But because the thing is that I was having fun with just having the discussion on the Great Jedi, it just impromptu right there, and then suddenly it died. I was like,
yeah, I know.
And I was just realizing
it was
that
when Anakin turned, it was partial deception, but also partially his own choice.
I know, but that also doesn't actually have anything to do with what I was saying, and that's the nuance I was referring to. Right. And the thing is that I realized that I was having a lot of fun with that conversation. And I was like, we should actually just have a conversation actually on this instead of it needing to be a tangent off of this.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was thinking, because I was thinking that, this is kind of fun, and with somebody who I know isn't going to be raging at me and at it for days later.
To tell you the truth, I think I'll I think I'll be having more rage at reading the Knight Errant comic I'll be reading while we discuss it or something. Oh wait, no, this will be a couple weeks from now, so I'll be past Knight Errant. Oh, so I won't have a reason to be angry. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because going through that, I'm just like, oh, go away, please. I don't like you.
Yeah.
I saw a thing on Twitter the other day saying, like, which one would you get along with the least? And I immediately thought of Kara Holt, and I'm like, maybe I'm being too mean to her. Maybe I should put Wallen Vow. He's like one of the jerkiest Mandalorians in the galaxy.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I'm going to end this and make it the second longest stream, but unfortunately, it's the second longest one of these. Because of technical difficulties.
Episode 1 is still longer.
Honestly, I think this one probably would have. It probably would have gone like 2.5 hours. I think probably.
If we didn't hit the technical difficulties, yeah.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't have been less than 2, but I think it probably would have hit about 2.5.
Yeah, probably.
And I feel bad because this was this first time that Hunter was on, but I don't think he was scared away. Just. He needed to go to bed.
Stuff he had to do and had to go. That's usually
stuff he had to do or literally sleep because 9 hours ahead of us.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going to keep, going on with this delusion that he's like, 9 hours ahead of us, then, you might as well,
Yeah, I
go
tell you.
for it. Yeah. Go the whole 9 yards, if you know what I mean.
But I mean, consider the fact that he started out telling me that I've got ADD, so it goes like this, like, yeah, this is the right stream for you.
And I'm sorry to tell you this, there's no way it's 8:30 where you are. It's definitely 6:30 right now.
Nah, you're lying. 8:30 is the actual time.
All
You're
right,
just
so
trying to you're trying to confuse me.
all right, so general thoughts. We like this episode. Disney, make more like this with less problems, and we'll be good.
Yep. But
All right.
most of the issues were nitpicks, so let's just take care of the
No,
nitpicks
minor
and do
nitpicks.
more
Yeah.
of that.
Also, get rid of the helmet thing, please. Please get rid of the
What,
helmet rule.
which it does look like they're actually working on. So
I like that they're actually listening to fans now. That's a sign. That's progress, basically.
we'll see if we'll see if that continues.
I hope so.
And I
All
still
right.
want to know about Pershing
Oh yeah. If he's dead or not.
because I still don't agree with you guys. I want to know if I'm right or wrong, and if you guys are
I
right,
don't know if he's alive or dead. So, frankly, I don't care. I'm just not cool with the fact that the New Republic brainwashed him and turned him good.
Oh no, I get that, but I'm just saying that if you guys are right about what happened, what that officer did to him, then I have problems with the writing team. And unfortunately, I think you might be right, but I'm not willing to go on with that until they show me.
Not until you're sure.
Yeah, because I'm still holding out hope that they're not as stupid as that.
All right,
So,
I'm
yeah.
gonna bow out.
Yep,
Great
and I'm ending
stream.
the show.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
You too, man.
Bye.